Ladies and gentlemen, come one, come all to the major of the OFL. It's the third edition of it, and I am somehow awake at this time in the morning. But I tell you who is bright and bushy-eyed and loving the times over in their region is a man who is the definition of sun with his ginger hair and absolutely crazy eyes. And then the other guy who, well, would much rather be out of the field before forming the hacker to say good morning to the world in the most New Zealand way. I've got Proto and BluePanda joining me. How are you doing today, Proto?
Look, I'm all right for someone who doesn't know how to brush their hair. It's looking pretty good. I am very excited to be here for some localized gameplay. It's OFL. This isn't top 8. This is OFL.
Well, Blue, it should be quite an interesting battle as OFL's had a really good boost in the APAC scene. Are you excited to see what new blood has been put forward?
Oh, absolutely. I always love seeing the up-and-comers, those who are striving to join the established competition in the region, because they're the ones who will always pull out the weird and the wonderful. They're not afraid to do some crazy stuff out there. I mean, that's why we get the likes of, you know, the BFRs coming through, the slightly off meta picks. We had a couple of flamethrowers coming through from our sub-regions in Asia Pacific, and I'm sure Oceania has its own little fun cooked up.
I'm sure we've got some crazy methods and actions, and just as a reminder for the format today, it is identical to the cycles that we've been having on our main The Finals channel. That being a promotional format where we'll start off with 8 teams, and we've got to whittle it down to the top 4, as the 4 will advance to the finale. The way that will work is very similar to your ranked games. If you are part of the top 2, you advance to the next round. If you're in the bottom 2 on the very first match, you'll go into a loser bracket, of which you're at risk of a first elimination. However, if you are able to win your lower bracket, you advance up back into the upper bracket. If you didn't, and you didn't get eliminated, which will be 2 teams, well, you're kind of stuck there for a little bit while you watch your fellow teams continue to fight in a cash-out final round. Winner of the final round gets promoted to that finale, where we'll have 1 cash-out and a best of 3 to decide who is the major champion in OFL. Proto, we've seen this cycle format be quite brutal. And it's so easy, as I don't know if you were watching the Americas, it's so easy for a top dog to end up eliminated off the rip.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we saw Aztract & Co. knocked out of that top spot this time around. Runners up, unfortunately, not on the top side. And the points are actually a lot closer in the Americas than they are in the APAC top 8, I noticed. It's like 155 across the board for the top 3 teams. It's kind of insane, but outside of that, I get exactly what you mean. Top dogs and top spots are not essentially locked down by anybody until that final best of 3. So they got to get there first, but there'll be some good teams. I think there's going to be some great gameplay today. Just looking at the rosters that we have over here, we'll delve into that a little bit more. But at the moment, hopefully with the format that we know and love so much, we can get some good gameplay today.
Talking of the teams, Blue, we've got some absolutely fantastic names returning to the scene. Our first game being Skill Issue, Tux, 777KG, and Sigma Jellyfish. There's a few names that pop up around here, and we're going, hang on a minute, we know these guys. Familiar around here?
Yeah, look, some names that are very much familiar and some that are aspiring to the familiar, I would argue. 777KG, not quite.
That gets me, bro. It's a good one.
It's not the same caliber as 777RS, but they're a couple of letter brackets away from being right in that same sort of, conversation, so to speak. But then you look at the skill issue coming through. I mean, Wardybara in and of himself is a known quantity, so obviously they're coming into this with some real intention.
Yeah, and of course, Sigma Jellyfish. I think you've got definitely a bunch of 12-year-olds playing with a name such as Sigma, Gen Alpha, God knows what they're thinking about. But of course, here's something interesting, and something we haven't discussed. Being that it's not an official's final event, we can choose the maps, and ladies and gentlemen, Galaxy Estate is a map that could be seen today. However, it is being banned immediately. We're seeing as well the Null immediately banned, Fortune Stadium, that was getting banned every map, every time we saw it, by Aluminum Gaming, every time. So I don't know what Fortune's done to some of these players, but hey, we are not complaining. Our fourth ban, Production? Apparently we didn't want a fourth ban or a random pick, but from the bans we've seen so far, Proto, are we surprised with some of these?
Realistically, no. Outside of, obviously, current competitive Cycle 3, we weren't allowed to see Galaxy Estates, but in local competition, we have seen a little bit of it. And based on what I've seen just across the pond, we saw a little bit of it in Code League, and it played really, really well, to be completely honest with you. I spoke very briefly as well to Arpo from AGB about it. He said he really likes the map. You know, a lot of people are saying very good things about it, and it is a really, really well thought out map in terms of competitive, so I'm not surprised it goes out. A lot of teams are sort of enjoying it, but Fengwai to shut it down on the last ban, and Nozomi, no surprise, one of the favorites to go forward into our random pick. So outside of that, nothing really too out of the ordinary, I'd say, for the map bans. Galaxy Estates, it's 50-50 on why. It's either they like it and they know the other team like it, or no one knows how to play it properly yet in this region. Across the pond, they do. They have figured it out to some degree, but maybe they haven't figured it out in APAC yet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see if we do have Galaxy Estate come about, but Blue, Nozomi, Citadel, it's a safe pick now. I think as time has gone on, a lot of people are realizing how safe Nozomi Citadel is, how capable they could be. It has that mixture of some great sightlines, some great rotation denial, but ultimately it is a CQB heaven. If you're in that position, what are you bringing to the table?
I mean, look, in terms of what we're seeing at the moment, the international play, the double heavy light combos, with utilizing that cloak, I'm still expecting very, very similar approach, because it does just seem to work. Even in these CQB areas, you have two big bulky heavies, one of them likely running that, if not both of them running that mesh shield, drawing, juggling aggro as well, allowing that light to come in, find a flank angle, and when you pull it off, it works so cleanly. You'd be foolish not to bring it here today, especially on a map like Nozomi Citadel. It just, when you are hitting your stride, when you've got the aggro being juggled by two competent heavies, that light can really just run free, run rampant. That's why we're seeing so many of these lights have such high impact kill games.
Talking of light, well, I was going to say talking of lights, we're about to load into the game briefly. I'll just make a note. We are still seeing teams come back to light heavy. Darkside able to demonstrate that is a capable strat. We'll see if anybody's willing to take that risk. But Proto and BluePanda, take it away. And Nozomi Citadel.
Oh, BluePanda, we're here. One of our very few broadcasts together at the moment in the finals, but we're going to start building on that rapport right now. Nozomi Citadel, Heat 1. This is going to be, hopefully, an amazing game. I like what you were talking about at the start, the heavy light. Yes, it's very relevant at the moment. The recent KS nerf, thank you so much for that one, Embarked. So down to 104 from 110, so still pretty relevant. The quick finish, I think, was the thing that most people were worried about. Let's rise a little bit. We're about to dive on in to this next match, and I've had a look at the rosters. Obviously, we spoke a little bit about it at the start, and we know sort of what's going to happen here, but to highlight something out of the ordinary that we want to mention in terms of players. Obviously, you have Capybara Armada's #1 fanboy, Wardy, jumping over onto Skill Issue because he could not resurge with the rest of the boys. That's a big one. I mean, these guys had a really good Cycle 3 top 16. Unfortunately, they didn't get through to the top 8, but they had a great top 16. Aside from that, you've got 777 KG emulating the wishes and hopes of RS's success that they're trying to copy from. But where are you putting your money for this one? It's cash out, obviously. But where do you see things kicking off the most?
Well, right about here, they're already getting that info with the sonar. Now look, okay, all right, I'm here for it. The Turbo Deagles coming through can be a bit of fun here in the hands of Ninja now that he's back in the server, but my money would have to be with Ward just in terms of experience and history so far, especially in APAC as a whole. And wow, okay, Chud's just on one with that chain.
We spoke about it at the start, recent nerfs and buffs. Speaking of, BFR recently receiving that buff as well. And 777 kg not opting for a KS. Double heavy medium is the choice, and BFR Deagles, as well as obviously what we saw from Sigma Jellyfish. They have the double Deagles as well, and I'm not too sure whether or not Simmel does have the same loadout. We're not going to get to see it, unfortunately. We'll get wiped. Chain not connecting there, and Ward might be able to clean this one up relatively quick. Chud does get away. Dome shield down to protect himself. Couple of extra shells in the BFR, and will manage to disappear for now. Does spot Ward, gets a shot off, but not too much to show for it. And outside of that, couple of off-meta, we spoke about it, couple of off-meta picks in terms of weaponry. Couple of Deagles. We do have a KS here for Callum, which is on par with what's at the moment, but there's a late wipe for 777 kg, and that's an extra 20 seconds you didn't want to spend.
Yeah, KS still, I think, is going to remain well and truly in the pool of relevant for the finals at the moment. And what is meta, just, yeah, look, it did receive a little bit of love from the nerf hammer, but it's still so hard-hitting. You can still, yeah, look, admittedly you have to arc the shots a little bit, but you can be effective at range with that slug shotgun. So I don't see it really falling all that much out of favour anytime soon.
No, and we do now have confirmation as well. Samul is also running the KS here as well. Sigma now looking to engage on to Tux, but it's not going too well for them. Going to lose a heavy early, and they're trying to find whatever they can to claw back. Defib comes out onto Simmel, so two heavy strong once more with Proto on low HP. If they can find one, this could be a big opening. Speaking of, there it is. KS connects. RPG for some good damage onto Rat, and he's forced away into a 1v1 against the KS. It's not looking good. Duck's now the last alive. Ooh, grenade forces him into the waiting hands of Foot Dome, but it's a third party. 777 kg are here, and they want to slice. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. 5 foot just sends it into the void, not wanting to give the kill over. Just opts for death, and Ninja, he's going to find himself some action now in the face of 777 kg. Okay. He's also going to go. They give him the option, honourable death, and no, it is by execution, courtesy of Chud. And a wipe onto the Sigma Jellyfish once again. They are being put to the sword, metaphorically.
Yeah, they've had a couple of rough fights. I mean, they won that one there against Tux, which was good, great form, but they got forced into a flip here by 777, and ultimately it's not the best spot to be in, unfortunately. They are going to try and pivot on to skill issue here, and given that A is pretty much almost done, I don't imagine they're actually going to really get much of a chance here at all. They're making their way up. It's a bit too slow, unfortunately, and they're just going to choose to either go for a fight, which I don't know if I'd necessarily encourage. You do have to put a thwart to Ward and Co. and try and deny them. Glitch does miss there, unfortunately, for Ward, but with gargoyling and that side angle, he's going to be able to cause some problems. Jump pad in, great RPG, some insane damage as the building starts to crumble, getting involved with the KS. Low HP on 2 now, as Rat is also quite hurt. Poe's looking too bad for where. They will find one. Looking for another. Rat hurt, Ducks wipes, and that skill issue. Holding on to A and walking away with a team fight.
Callum might need to hit the aim training there a little bit. He's, I think, 4 from 6 shots. He was shooting through legs and underarms, but they got the job done in the end. It was a bit messy, but the success at the end of the day is all that really matters in those situations. So they do find themselves a great little wipe. Carrying on from now, though, we start to see more of those cash boxes being opened up. But these long-range threats, now that we start to see those mediums coming back in, they do have such capable weaponry at long range.
Yeah, the FCAR, the favourite of the most. We saw a couple of AKs as well, alive and well at the start of the match. It does seem to be the favourite at the moment, even after the recent nerf. Again, everything's been nerfed recently. It was all too good. We got a fire rate nerf onto the FCAR. Ducks and Doe finding 1 each respectively. Sigma Jellyfish quite hurt, with only Ninja now remaining. Final heavy on the board for them. Skill issue in control of Vault 4 and starting to move it on the way over to D now. 777 probably looking to give chase, but Callum, he might have need to be hitting the aim trains, but he also needs to be learning how to hit those jump pads. Falls on into the abyss, so rough gig there. And in a 1v1. It's not looking good. Goo to
They
get
both
out.
run out of ammo and they have to dip. Oh, it's a bit unfortunate. Just trying to get himself out of danger. And yeah, losing Callum there was a bit rough. Put skill issue in a pretty horrendous spot, and Andy finds himself in a situation where he should have had more support. We'll have to just back themselves off for the time being. Volt's going in. And so far, 777, KG, and Tuxes might be on here.
Wow. That was a big RPG. Some good KS shots as well from Smol, but it's not enough. Find a kill. Falls on down. Does get Dell on the rotate, so that is the best of the worst situations. But now last alive. Goose off his chase. Rat is attempting to find him here, but late and only 6 shots. It's not going to be enough now with 3 as well on the board to deal with. It's going to be a very quick cleanup there for Tux as well. That's going to be a relatively easy one. Thank you very much. C's going to be in their control, and that is going to be the end of that storyline as we jump on over. 777 and Skill Issue. They're going to have their first tussle now that Callum's back on the board.
Very odd engagement there from Tuxes just a moment ago. Wide Cheese Rat pushes the door mid-reload, sees someone, runs back inside, and calls in the boys for support. But right now, not really the same. There's support all around. The RPG through the forward charge and slam. Looking for some action, but a great little winch there to turn the tide. Callum can't confirm the kill. It's Ward to go down first, courtesy of Max RPG. Ducking and gets that defib off as well, but now hot in the heels of the Skill Issue roster. It's a full wipe. It's a clean wipe coming out of Mac and the boys.
I'll give them that. They were all on very low HP, and they managed to pretty much get all back up to full out of nowhere. Some good healing there from Demonision. I'm going to hope that's how I say that. But outside of that, Tux on the respawn, Vault 5 in play, and quick little tap from them. Some utility burn to get to it though. AK in the hands and a great little rotate with the jump pads. Going to get some great early damage. Self RPG does put Ninja in a really bad situation. Isolated now as well. He's taken out early, but they do get a trade. Second RPG comes in. Defib for Doe. Gets it off before being taken out. Ducks and Rat. Now the last alive. Light is here. Does have an ARN. Plenty of ammunition to get the job done, but not enough HP. Taken down by Sim. And that's it. Tux have fallen.
That was chaotic, to say the very least. Just
Yeah,
full commit, full send, cheeky little defib as he falls, and well, it all comes apart for, unfortunately, Tux, who were in a great spot. Did get that cash out in the end, sitting solidly in second, but it's not without that contest coming through. Final minute of play, and right now it's Sigma Jellyfish looking to step on into a top 2 position here. Kill off the board. Andy down for Skill Issue. It's Chud making that desperate run for 777 KG, trying to get themselves solidified in first, not letting any other teams threaten their positioning. With that extra time available, laser beam out of Ward himself with that XP54 from range. Has to back off though, doesn't have the luxury of a dome shield.
Yes, as well as a low HP, doesn't really help too much, but we've had the box tossed on over and it's just sitting there ready for a double. 777 want to give that opportunity, and as you said, they want to maybe grief out Skill Issue, given that they are a more vested team in terms of how long that all of them have been playing respectively. Beams coming out on to 5-foot Demon. He's taken out pretty quickly here by Tux. They're looking to get involved in the fray. They want to qualify. A steal would be great. A double would be even better, but it just depends how things play out. You've got a minute left on the board here. Vault 6 is in the open and ready for anybody to grab onto, but you're going to imagine Skill Issue are going to be getting involved in here. Ward's already close, and they're trying to cross on over to get involved.
He was looking for a potential steal angle, but then you saw the fallback from Sigma Jellyfish. Ducks up above with an ARN 220. Looking for an angle, clears out the zip line, but you can see there is a fight of brewing in and around this vault right now. And there's just demolition coming through. Tux takes so much damage, both him and Ducks and Podo, rather, just getting absolutely demolished. Andy looking for a cheeky little steal attempt, but is denied as the floor falls out from underneath him. Demolition upon demolition, the team warded off for the time being. Podo finishes Andy. Skill Issue's not in a great spot to try and make this steal happen. Callum and Ward have a huge task on their hands if they're to try and snag this one away. Building falls, dome shields evaporate. Ward, has he got the steal? No, he was seconds away. He's melted, and in comes Tux and the crew. A full wipe of players, but not of a team, and it's gonna be time ticking out. 777 KG and Sigma Jellyfish taking the top 2 positions.
You love to see it. Some amazing gameplay across the board there. A little bit of selective gameplay, if I had to guess. But Hyper, you got to see it all unfold from the desk. What do you think about what went down?
I think the end was actually pretty boring.
Very
the
tame.
Straight answer. Everyone was there. You're expecting everybody to go for the cash out, but in reality, it was just a nod of, we don't want to be the one to touch it first. We don't want to go for the attack. I think that there's definitely something to be said that, yeah, even with a slow start, Sigma didn't look strong. They didn't look like they were capable of being at the top, but come the end, guess what? They were right at the top of this leaderboard. They qualified through, and that's just from getting to grips, and it just takes a little bit of time to understand who you're against, what you're facing, what you're going up against. I'm probably just repeating myself, but I tell you what, Blue, it got very tense between the middle part. What was the turning point for you to see Sigma take the lead?
I think there wasn't necessarily quite a turning point when it felt like all three teams were that worried about skill issue that they kind of all contributed to gating them out of a position of taking one of the top two spots. So it was a joint effort, if not entirely intentional, because I think they're all just very wary of Ward coming in with a skill issues roster, and it just happened by nature of all three teams wanting to avoid that at all costs. Plus, there were a couple of misplays, and I think it did just allow Sigma Jellyfish to slide on in. They were potentially allowed to get away with more than they should have throughout the better run of that match, but I mean, that's the name of the game. It's a 4-team lobby. If you're not making the most of those opportunities, you're really just throwing away chances to qualify through heats, of course, and make it deeper into competition.
Talking of qualification, of course, while this heat was going on, our lower section of the Goofy Goobers, YUNCLES, Zen Ranges, and Gingus? Wow, we got creative names today. But I don't know who's the one making up these names, but Zen Ranges and YUNCLES are going to be joining Sigma Jellyfish and 777 Kilogram to go through to that next round. That should be quite an interesting round. Of course, we've not seen anything from that lower side of the heats. Zen Ranges, YUNCLES, Proto, you got anything behind them?
Oh, look, if I had to say which would be my favorite of the lower bracket coming in purely based off what I have read, in terms of who I've seen more, let's say, YUNCLES would probably be where we are. Some staples in the OCE quick cash scene, and ultimately then transitioning into that rank side of play. Just a little bit stronger, I'd argue. Zen Range, yes, good. And you do have to highlight, great team. Cannot say that they are not. But outside of that, very strong aimers. So if that's all they're relying on, yeah, you know, it can't be everything. But it does win a lot of gunfights, especially in a region where we like to prioritize shooting at each other over actually playing the objective. So, you know, it could come back to provide them some really good help. But outside of that, 777 KG, as much as we talked about them and as much as we know about them, mind you, considering that, you know, they're more on that troll side. They've obviously, with a name like 777 KG, you can imagine that they're here to stir some pots, but they actually had a pretty solid game. Strategically speaking, gameplay speaking, micro mechanics. I mean, you saw in the replays there, we got a really good replay of them doing some stuff up, which, I mean, great replay, but it highlights that they're playing that micro as much as they're playing that macro. Which, even if they are here to just clip farm and sort of look good doing it, they're looking good, and they are indeed doing it. They've qualified through the next round, so we'll see.
Well, they are all four of these teams one step away from getting to that final round and to get themselves a qualification into the finale at the very end. Blue, as we've already seen Sigma, we've seen 777 Kilogram. What are you expecting from Zen Ranger and YUNCLES, and how would they need to play to take down what was a creative finish from Sigma Jellyfish? How do you beat a last cash out win from Sigma?
I mean, look, for Sigma, I think they kind of just do exactly what they did in that last lobby, which was be as unassuming as possible, play for the third party, wait for those opportunities to present themselves and sort of capitalize on desperation from those bottom two teams if possible. But it's going to be, I think, like Proto said, these fresh teams coming in, YUNCLES, Zen Range. I think there's a lot of hype around Zen Range coming through in this team that has been assembled and what they're potentially capable of. And this is going to be prime time for them to show it, of course. They come through that lower bracket. They top the lobby, 52,000. The next highest was 46, which is, of course, the YUNCLES. But then the drop-off was pretty significant. 32,000 separates second and third down to the Goofy Goers. So it was a pretty two-horse race in that last lobby. So I'm expecting that you got two very strong teams coming from both sides. Sigma, very creative, very able to play the macro game, so to speak, the mental aspect of it, because they really did. They read that lobby incredibly well.
While we are loading up our game, just a little FYI, unlike the cycles, we will not be viewing every single match. We'll try and get as many as we can, so the lower bracket will not be in front of us. Instead, that will be happening at the same time as this lovely match that is going to happen in front of us. So Skill Issues, Tux, Goofy Goers, and Gingus will be going against each other in the background. Of course, the team in team in fourth will be eliminated out of this major and will not compete any further. So you do not want to be that first team. That's a major embarrassment to go out first. We'll keep you updated of what goes on throughout it all. Proto, what maps do you want to see walking into this?
I want to see Galaxy. I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to float that across to anybody who is listening from the players' side of things. We'd love a Galaxy. It's a great map. I have got to commentate it just the one time, and it was a blast. Obviously, all the interactive features, which make it such a good map. You know, trampolines, speedways, all sorts of things are just like, it's such a good map. And I really do enjoy seeing it. But outside of what we want to see and what I would like to see, two very different things. What we're realistically going to see, it's going to be Nozomi, it's going to be Sizz. It's probably on the worst side, going to be like a Fangwai or something along those lines, Fortune Stadium, etc. I doubt we'll see anything like Monaco, maybe Banal. Las Vegas is definitely a no. You know, it's the standard bread and butter stuff. As much as what we want to see is those maps like Galaxy, it's probably going to be something like Sizz, or even, you know, the Fangwires, etc. that we're used to seeing, and that's just because they are competitively a little bit more sound, especially with the way the meta is at the moment. You've got a lot of destruction being bought by a lot of teams. KS is that sort of utility plus gun that allows you to open up those sight lines. Bunkers really destroyed. You've got Charge and Slam in the mix with the two heavies as well. A lot of teams opting for it. So, you know, teams tend to stick more towards those close quarters, indoor side of maps, because they can move around more, and you need to move around more versing guns like that. If you get hit once with a KS as a light, you're pretty much written off. You're out of a fight. You know, 2 bullets from anyone else or another KS shot, you're out of it. As it was, I think it was Regen talking about on Twitter, it's a two tap light meta. You know, there's not much you can do. So a lot of teams need to have that maneuverability for their lights, so they stick to the maps that give them those opportunities.
Yeah, agreed in every sense. Shape and form, you definitely need to be as moving as fast as you can. While we quickly set up the lobbies, as there is a lot to do, we're going to take a very short break. When we're back, hopefully we'll have the map vetoes to know where we're going next and see our upper brackets one cash out away from seeing who will qualify. Be back in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are mere moments away of getting into yet another cash out, where the chaos is about as crazy as the hairstyle that Proto likes to bring in every single stream, aka just being ginger. Proto, what does that little son of yours have in mind when it comes to the maps that we should be going into?
I don't know. My son is a cat and he doesn't speak much English, so I can't really ask him. But aside from that, the maps are going to be shown momentarily. It is going to be an interesting one. We have prior knowledge, but I don't like to leak insider secrets. That's called insider trading, and unfortunately, I can't be doing that. But aside from all of those facts, look, it's going to be a good one. It was a random map, so I will put that out there. Galaxy and Banal going down early with Feng Wai as well. I mean, no surprise. Feng Wai is, no one's favorite, really, unfortunately, other than Hypers, which explains why it's a bit weird. But Monaco, it makes sense. And then Skyway comes in with the up, down, left, right feature on top of that. A great map, honestly, one of my favorites. Just so diverse in how you can play it. You can play long, you can play close. Opens up the board for those lights as well, especially with the maneuverability if teams are bringing a medium, jump pad, gateways, etc. Overall, a really well-rounded map.
I am going to say you are the only person who's ever said Skyway is a good map. So you're by yourself, brother, on that. Blue, please back me up in saying how questionable Skyway is and what type of game styles are we going to be seeing with Skyway.
I think teams will likely lean into personal preference here a little bit, but what is undeniable, and that is for sure, is, the KS23 is probably going to make.
Well, it's definitely going to make an appearance as we get into the lobby. I'll hand it over to the two specialists, the two gentlemen who actually is from this region, while the colonizer just sits on the side and watches it entirely. Proto, Cthulhu, Cthulhu and Blue.
Cthulhu!
Yeah, he's sitting out for this one, but Proto and Blue, this is all yours.
Yeah, talk about special. I get to work with this guy. Anyway, we love Cthulhu, we miss him. I believe he's at a convention.
He's
so
busy making his bag with his girlfriend.
He's busy farming a bag at a convention with his missus. So we gotta hold down the fort for him. But Blue, we're gonna dive into it. Game 2 of the day. We know our teams. We sort of know what they're gonna run. Double heavy medium again here for the Sigma Jellyfish. So not really surprised considering they ran it last time. KS to boot. Deagles and an AK. Double heavy light, double heavy medium, a 777, and a double heavy light. So we are going to get a double heavy resurgence in this lobby. No HMLs and no HLLs. We're yet to see one of those, but double heavies across the board for everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there is a goo gun coming through for 777 kg. It is worth saying that, again, these guys have been pretty open about the fact that they are here to farm some clips and have a bit of fun. So I think take it with a pinch of salt as to what should be and could be played here. They're gonna make some clips happen, and unfortunately, some people are gonna be on the receiving end of that. But yeah, the double heavy lights coming through from that lower bracket side. Not technically lower, but oh my lord. Okay, Mac is just as soon as he turned that thing sideways, we knew it was over.
You can't roll in their hood without someone knowing that it's going on. YUNCLES lose one quickly. TurboGranny is down. I love the names, dude. So it's so hard to keep a straight face saying some of these. But anyway, SA12 as well for Zen Range. We didn't see them in the last game. Obviously, they were playing in the lower side, but they're going to get tapped onto 1 and ultimately kick the ball rolling here. 2 is open, yet to be plugged. Sigma Jellyfish are moments away, and there we go. It's 777 kg. Seem to just sort of hang out a little bit, waiting for YUNCLES on the respawn. They might play for a cut-off here for Zen Range as to go fight Sigma Jellyfish, but outside of that, small flip in terms of who was fighting who, unless 777 opt to go for a third party, which they very well may. Okay.
Poor Ninja's just trying to get across as the building
just
comes
trying to get
down
out,
around him. Bro was just trying to get over to the other team. This diplomatic relations are breaking down inside the building.
Oh, gosh.
He's just taking out their frustration on the local infrastructure.
It's just still going, bro. It's not had enough.
This is PvE at its finest. They're losing.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No.
Seth. Okay. RPG connects. Mesh shield keeps him in it. They find one. Ninja goes down. And it's a very, very quick turn of events here. They're trying to find the last. Sim will get one for his troubles. Maybe a second here, but no, it's okay. TurboGranny and HTC are there to clean it out. They're going to steal as well. A fight for 777 kg and Zen Range kicking off on the moving platform. They do have a Widge Claw in play on Chud if they want to try and pull it off and go for the steal. But no, they're opting to go for the chase and now ultimately trying to get back on the platform. They're going to be able to get a pretty easy steal here as well. Dome Shield misses, but it doesn't matter. Purple are nowhere nearby. Zen Range going to have to forfeit that box. They might opt to pull it off as well here, Panda. That would be the smart play for Chud & Co. if they wanted a better chance of defending it. The moving platform is pretty difficult to hold on to, but Zen Range are going to opt to regroup and then go for it. And there you go. Winched it off. Now it's a game of defense.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch the VOD and figure out who instigated that, because they have just pissed off an entire lobby, collapsing the building on multiple teams and then just creating an absolute mess on top of it. And the ones to profit at the moment, of course, are going to be YUNCLES and 777 KG. Speaking of, Demo comes flying on in with that F card. It's the Akimbo Deegs in the hands of Mako once again. He's ringing out the shots, the 50 AE rounds, just connecting with heads.
Ooh. Okay. We see you. We see you. You're witnessed. Unfortunately, maybe not for much longer. The ARN from Jar is going to find one. 777 KG attempting to go for that wipe, and finally will. They got the cash out as well, so I'm going to be quite happy about that. Full reset for them. Call it a soft reset, as we did see a coin come in from Demo. But regardless of the facts listed above, YUNCLES win their fight as well, or at least for now, as both disengage on Vault 3. They opt to go for a revive. 777 and YUNCLES leading the charge on the top side of the leaderboard with respective first and second, with everyone else playing catch-up.
Heading over to C. With that cash box, you can see right now the YUNCLES looking to make a move. Led, of course, by TurboGranny, getting on the tools and has support from your mate Seth. Weird that your mate Seth is hanging out with your nan, but either way, it is currently the YUNCLES under pressure from Sigma Jellyfish, but all the while the TurboGranny herself up on the roof with that XP54. Some big damage dealt to the 5'1" demon.
My TurboGranny is doing damage to my 5'1" demon. It's guys, back it up. What are we doing? Some great damage. YUNCLES connecting with Sigma Jellyfish coming to get involved as well. It's a three-way tussle at Granny's house. As C is now the main point of contention for half the lobby. 777 off in Narnia, getting their own lock-in. But of lines two, great connection. Winch is hurt, but ultimately not taken down. That SA-12 struggling to really find much in the environments we've seen a lot of these fights transpire in, because he just can't get close enough since he not managed to make anything stick. But they now will go. Double dome shield down. Explosion doesn't quite thwart them away. Gateway to get out as well. That's perfect. Done quite, mind you, the best way it probably could have been. They get away with that steal.
Phenomenal steal there from Zen Range, and this is what I was saying about Sigma Jellyfish. They bided their time, they played the macro incredibly well. Now it's Zen Range they're doing it. Ninja takes himself out as his teammate Simmel falls, so it's down to the 5'1" demon to fight in. TurboGranny down, Sinky's on the tools with that SA-12 just ripping through. The KS-12 now in the hands of HDZ, chasing the remainder of Zen Range, but it's an Uno reverse card as they turn on him, and it's going to be a full wipe there onto the YUNCLES. No more support for the TurboGranny. Unfortunately, it's all going the way of Zen.
Charge and slam as well, trying to find the rest of Zen, but they haven't managed to lock them down just yet. They actually are going to get caught. Trousers down, 1 HP for 5' demon, taking some back shots, if you will. A clear wipe for the Lewis gun here as he lets that thing sing. A full wipe second, mind you. And that is going to be cash out on C as well. YUNCLES not going to have enough time at all to have another go at it. And soft reset there for Zen Range as they now look to move away. Jar with 5 of his own. It's pretty big here. You got to take it from the pros. They lock in their second vault, but it spreads the cash out pretty evenly across the board. One box for YUNCLES will put them in contention for the top spot. 777 KG just been left alone on D. I mean, they're not really too bothered at all. You see there, sorry, not construction, over by the hospital on the floating structure. What's left of it should be say, mind you, as we look into the rubble gorge that was the building there previously. Outside of that, Panda, we move on to vaults 5 and 6, and doors are open.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chaos is not quite there for Jellyfish as it was in that last lobby. They were able to play off the fact that all the other teams were fighting this time around. It's been a much more interactive lobby, so to speak, and You can see it right now. Unfortunately, the Uncles again under that pump, looking to try and drop some cover for themselves, and on the hunt across the map. There's skirmishing. It's now lines drawn. Zen Range, and of course the Uncles going toe-to-toe. But on the other side, Sigma Jellyfish finally finds some proactivity and wipe out 777 KG. Maybe this is that reprieve that the Sigma Jellyfish need. Unfortunately, no cash boxes, no vaults active. They're going to have to go hunting to try and get their band to try and get back in the top 2.
Both vaults open, so it is now just really a fight for who can do something with them. Sigma have got one, and they're on their way to go plug now, but we see what's unfolding here for YUNCLES and Zen. A quick one onto the YUNCLES. Zen finding 2 with only 1 remaining. TurboGranny's got to get out of there quick, but no. The boost has gone through the wastegate, not to the engine, and ultimately a quick wipe for the YUNCLES. Zen Range walk away with it. They get over to A, plugged as well. Thanks very much. And 777 KG currently facing down the barrel of a disqualification from this top side if they can't win this team fight against Sigma Jellyfish. Finding one early, make it 2, is putting them in a great spot.
Cowboy Macko on the tools with the Akimbo Deegs once again, looking for a follow-up, and he's going to get himself a second on the full wipe for Sigma as he gets taken into the great green yonder in the skies. The mothership calls him home. They will look for that steal, as unfortunately Sigma, it seems, may have done their dash in this lobby. A minute of extra time on top of the 15 seconds remaining. Yourmateseth, here he comes. Turbo Nan on the tools as well, looking to get aggressive up into the face of 777 KG. But they're a known quantity. They're not going to be hard on the steel. Seth has that mesh, trying to provide that cover all the while. The Macko, the man himself with the Akimbo Deegs, raining hell from above.
Some good damage, but ultimately a better rotation. They get themselves away. The KS now forcing the steal. This is what we talked about, that map manipulation, double dome shield to keep them on it for now. No denial set, so no C4, nothing in terms of denial at all. A very late show to the party for 777 KG. They attempt to stop it, but it's already happened, and they might even find this kill. Indeed, they will. They get the revive off screen. Both heavies now strong and bold, but is it going to be enough? Zen Range find a wipe off screen onto Sigma Jellyfish, solidifying their box for themselves, where they will not get another chance to run this one back. YUNCLES about to lose 1 if they can't keep Turbo in it. HDC's hurt, but he keeps himself up with that mesh shield, and Turbo gets in the healing. And now for 777, they've got to go for a steal because they don't have time to mess around. I don't even think they're going to get Panda. 10 seconds, and this is going to be YUNCLES and Zen Range all the way to the bank.
Oh, Mac went for the attempt there. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. And Zen and YUNCLES coming through that match that we didn't get to see. And Sigma Jellyfish and 777 KG unfortunately dismissed. And yeah, look, there's a reason you don't mess with Turbo Nan.
I think just the name of Turbo Grandma, or Granny, whatever it was, and Yourmateseth.
Yeah, Yourmateseth is spending way too much time with Turbo Nan. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, many questions about what that relationship looks like.
Professionalism, guys, come on, professionalism.
Either way, Yourmateseth wasn't really doing much. He was just sitting around providing a little bit of combat support because Granny is leading the charge. Lana, get me back leaderboard. I wasn't done. Production, get me that leaderboard back. Because let's be real, your Granny is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look, constantly in the thick of things, getting work done. This is what happens when you, you know, they get the chance to leave the retirement village, go out on those daily excursions. Vitality, life, variety is the spice of life, and Turbo Nan boots up the sticks and she's wiping lobbies.
Yeah, especially when she gets to go out with your mate Seth. I'm sure she was quite happy with that on her day out, on her day out from the home. But look, it was a great game. Hey, look, both of our first round teams were knocked out by both of our unstreamed teams. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see how that came about, but it wasn't like I definitely will say this that. 777 kilograms, as much as that the mothership was wanting to give them that a little bit of extra weight to carry themselves through, it was just timing that kicked them in the rear end. They had vault control, they had cash box control, but unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time, and YUNCLES, well, came from underneath and just took the retirement home as their own. So. This moment here, though.
That was a good one.
You're welcome. YUNCLES, how the hell did that? I think it was Seth. How did you not get that opening kill?
He missed the first shot.
Did all the work.
he missed the first one. Oh.
Proto, do you have any understanding of this series? I think we need to just understand the series we just watched.
It's just comedy gold, to be honest. That's all it is. I mean, 777 KG spent more time clip farming than they did shooting people. It hurt them a little bit. They had a great mid game and a great first game, mind you. You've got a first game, early game, should I say. But the late game just wasn't as strong as it was in their previous matchup on the Zomi. I don't know what it was, whether it was just they were losing people too early, the fights weren't going in their favor. I'm not too sure what it actually panned out to be in terms of the reasoning, but they just sort of fell apart at the end. I mean, I'm not too sure what it was. They just lost that dominant control that we've seen them have across the first series, and then into the second they just, I mean, we see here you've got too strong, you've got no denial, and they just didn't do anything. They were one heavy down, which doesn't really remove from their ability to deny. I mean, you've got Winch on the board, or vice versa. If Winch is dead, I didn't quite catch who it was, but you've got Goo on the board. Goo can deny, shoot it in someone's face, it stops the interaction, you know, it's something. But I think they were either prioritizing a revive or whatever it was, but they just put too much in terms of distance between them and the Vault, and they just sort of lost it. I don't know, maybe an oversight from them. But outside of that, Sigma Jellyfish, I think same thing. It was a small struggle, but regardless of those facts, it was still a good game from everybody involved. I think just the other side of the spectrum, we spoke about aim, we spoke about everything else in between, and we did highlight the two teams that we didn't get to see in that first thing, and they shone. They really did, whether that was aim or strategy, both came through in that matchup.
Well, they definitely need to continue shining as the two will progress through. We're back on Skyway, of course. The map we played previously is the map we'll play again. BluePanda, Proto, take it away.
Oh boy, yeah. Look, I mean, who would have thought that the difference in that last lobby, Proto, was you know, all they had to do was Goonan in the face, and it would have been a nice easy win for themselves, and they would be here alongside Zen Range. But that's not how it is. As we go to the head-to-head, Zen Range, YUNCLES coming through that off-stream match, looking like powerhouses.
I'm really not looking forward to the call I'm gonna have to make. Is TurboGranny is eating my winch. It's not gonna go well. But look, hey, right now Vault 1. This is slightly different now, head to head for both teams. It's gonna come down to who can do it better. Both running HLL, similar lineups across the board, with the only difference being Charge and Slam being bought by Cincy. So we'll see if that makes much of a difference between these two. YUNCLES will opt to go for an early tap instead of an engagement. They're actually going to forfeit height to do so. But I mean, Zen Range now have to play catch up. They've got to go down. They've got to get involved. And they have to try and find where YUNCLES are hiding.
Absolutely, they've got to flush them out. And I mean, just looking at the setup, Cincy running that SA-12 again, so it isn't going to quite have the range threat as if he were running that KS. I mean, look, he did make it look reasonably good for the better part of that last lobby. Lockbolt in hand here for HDZ as they are just lurking, playing mind games, trying to find an angle. As you can see, right now, Danan herself is off towards that Vault. It's just mind games right now. YUNCLES are trying to bait Zen Range into an overextension.
Yeah, they maybe want to try and get one before they run with it. And to be honest, you can't really blame them. It's not a bad strategy. If you can find a bit of early damage, even an early kill, it is a good opener here, but everything's really quiet. We have no music. We have absolutely nothing. Everyone's crabbing about. We got shuffle galore happening, but mind you, TurboGranny off screen, really far away to go for that late flank, but it is covered. EatMyWinch is there. So we are going to get that interaction between Granny and the winch, but not just yet. It is super slow, and there's not much we can really give you. We haven't seen much utility. We're not really seeing them set anything up. Here comes the gateway now. I can't imagine we were waiting all that time for it to be set, but it is finally going to go. Vault's going to come over, and Granny is going to get out of there. Turbo's engaged, and ultimately they've now been spotted, so Zen have to play catch-up once more.
I mean, it was a patience game, and the YUNCLES definitely come out on top there. They wait, they position themselves very cleanly, and now Zen forced into a horrific spot to try and close that gap. Mesh shield out just to keep Winch alive, and Grand down on the ground now has a flank angle to look for some damage with that XP54. Cincy with the SA-12, he's under the pump. The Goo Grenade's trying to keep himself alive. Charge and Slam goes out, and they will get the one. HDZ, but it's trained back. Cincy takes himself out as Jar falls, and suddenly EatMyWinch gets absolutely demolished. Says no, mate, that's my nan.
Get off my nan. Oh, your mate Seth is protecting TurboGranny at all costs. And ultimately, a quick little wipe there. Only 2 kills.
Maybe that
mind
plays
you.
into the implications of the team name. You know, YUNCLES.
Possibly.
Suddenly you've got a young
yeah.
uncle.
Someone needs to take the mic away from this guy, dude. Like, so can we, dude? We need to have like a name rule. Like this is beyond fathomable.
There's
at the moment,
nothing
but
wrong
it's,
with
it's
YUNCLES.
making
It's
for
all
great.
it's all inferred.
No, yeah. It's all inferred. Nothing's actually happened between my mate Seth and TurboGranny right now, other than they're holding down A quite decisively. May I add, they haven't opted to collapse the structures, but they will now jump onto the moving platform. RPG wasted there for Zen Range, unfortunately, which means they are going to be a little bit out of that utility, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Lockbolt does deny their push for a hot minute. HTZ takes a lot of damage as well, but glitches keeping things interesting as EatMyWinch gets hit by TurboGranny.
Oh, in comes Zeke with a charge and slam, just a little bit off the money, and I think falls out of favour in this fight. Has multiple members on him, has support coming down as well. Sink there, now Jar about to land on top of the structure as well, but his gate out, it's going to be an attempt to capitalise onto Seth, and Seth falls. No more shenanigans with Nan as Jar takes him away. A 3v2. And unfortunately, with time the way it is, it's going to have to be an epic play. Mesh shield out here from the uncles. Granny and HDZ looking to hold fast. One down, HDZ falls, and it's all on Nan. Can she hold fast? Yes, she can.
TurboGranny strong there. They are looking for a wipe, but it doesn't really get them much, unfortunately. A little bit of time wasting for the uncles. Keeps Zen away from Vault 2 a little bit longer than maybe it would have taken them to get there in just a moment, but ultimately nothing really too bad for anyone involved. Outside of that, M11 being bought by Jar, which I will highlight considering that he seemed to be an ARN fan in the first 2 matchups, so that is something of note coming into this one. A little bit more effective at close range. But a lot of lights at the moment opting to bring the XP54, so maybe it's just a personal choice thing. It did receive a little bit of a nerf, I think, in terms of the mag size. I can't remember the exact nerf it received recently. It was a patch or 2 ago. But outside of that, still a very, very, very strong gun. But look, either way, TurboGranny isn't going to get to face it at the moment. The uncles choose to back off. They've lost control of 2. They are going to have to go for the ultimate fight at the vault later after it's been plugged.
I think it's a smart call, honestly, the shift there coming through from Zen Range, realising and acknowledging the fact that a lot of these fights, while starting from range, are actually ending up quite close quarters, knowing full well that they have to push into the position that Yonkles are holding with the double mesh shield. So I think that's... I can't say it's the right call, but I think it's a very heads-up call to be made here by Jar, and if it pays off for them, there's going to be value in it for sure. And there you go. Vault started, and it's going to be Zen Range with that initial touch of the Vault, and big damage once again coming out from Nan.
Wow. It's a bit more of that poke and prod, Panda. There's not a great deal of much that is happening. RPG does connect. Good bit of damage across the board, but ultimately not much at all. Gateway there for height if it's needed, but not quite used just yet. They're playing their game slowly, and they don't want to get too involved too quickly. It seems like they're maybe waiting for TurboGranny to go and connect the dots, but they're just stuck in this suspended structure right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pretty patient on the whole so far, Yonkles, in terms of the pacing they approach these objectives with, or even look to defend the objectives with. And you can see that positioning just over above the vault. They've got a great spot. Do Zen Range, but the gate comes out. Yourmateseth launches onto the roof with support. HDZ's there as well. Big kill with the KS from Seth as they whittle the numbers down from Zen Range. That's their light gone. 2 heavies versus 2 heavies and the light. And this is where Turbo Nan could look to go to work. Seth straight on the objective, looking for that steel with the dome shield. And the roof is going to come out from underneath him. He's going to straight back onto that steel with the mesh shield down. Unfortunately, positioning not there from Zen Range. He's just going to be denied as it goes down. Yet another story. EatMyWinch trying to play around with the Lewis. Lewis Gundy's a bit of trouble. Will get taken down by Seth as they look to reposition. Still plenty of time for the steal, but once again, just opening up that floor below them as that Moore eats the vault, repositions it down onto the first floor, and it's on to Sinky with that SA-12 to try and deny the steal. Zen Range just throwing body after body. Can Jar deny? There's not much time left, and he's got 2 shields to go through, looking for the bash. Is the steal going to be successful? Oh, yes, it may have just been denied there, despite the full wipe, and it is tied up 1-1.
My God. That was some of the most intense denial I have seen across any region. Mind you, there was at least 2 or 3 different RPGs that went off. There was an insane amount of either C4 or something else being bought. I mean, the fire barrel at the end as well. There is just so much denial there. My God.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was... It was a desperate ploy, for sure, from Zen Range, but the value it paid out, it just consistently, that steal starts, boom, then the floor opens. Not immediately, but after a couple of moments, so that the false sense of security is there for Young, because they think they can get away with it. Boom, floor opens up. Okay, well, we've got to reposition, dump more utility, start to steal again. Boom, the floor opens up, and it just adds to that mental warfare that is being played currently.
The other thing I think we need to highlight as well is that maybe that they should have just committed to it. YUNCLES possibly needed to just hold it instead of going for the kills, because there was a lot of time spent where they just sort of were looking around, wondering what was going on, instead of actually just jumping on the box and holding it. You've got a H-infuse, you have a lot of utility available to you, and right now, this is what they should have been doing. This was perfectly to highlight it. Yourmateseth taking on everybody. HDZ the only one to fall there. TurboGranny's going to run the box now and kick it into overdrive. But outside of that, that's what they needed in that last fight, Panda. There was so much time they spent just staring. They were looking. They were wondering. There was no, Kanye said it perfectly. They were wondering. They didn't get involved. And that was, I think, the problem. They spent too much time trying to find the one person left for Zen Range. It even allowed them to get a coin off. It just too much time wasted. But it seems that they may have turned that around now with how they're taking things to Zen. They've got the plug, and they're ultimately now looking for a very early opener.
Well, that's a long way to fall. Unfortunately, it's multiple members of Zen that then fall down to the ground floor in the courtyard. Shots ringing out. Jar finds the first. That's TurboGranny down. It's 1 apiece, but HDZ and Zeth looking to hold fast in the 2v2. Light heavy versus double heavy. That mesh shield. Big value coming through. EatMyWinch is gone. Jar, can he clear distance and get to safety? He will. He finds the token to boot and should be able to get a cheeky little res here to try and turn favour. As that cash out sits quite comfortably in the uncle's hands.
Yeah, soft resets across the board. Cincy is back in the mix, and they're ultimately going to try and go for a lock bolt here. They know that Jar is close, and they've been given the call now. Charge and slam to get out of dodge. Cincy is able to get away for now. Will rotate up the stairs, but he's been spotted, and now comes down to a 3v3 with that coin back on in as well. From behind, though, TurboGranny back shots onto Cincy. Is taken out by Jar, and unfortunately, that leaves the YUNCLES in a pretty rough position. They now have to try and retrieve that totem and go for a revive. But no, they opt to go head-to-head. They want to take them on. This is going to be a very dirty fight for the last vault of this match.
Yeah, this might have been an egregious overextension from TurboGranny. Unfortunately, her down, especially with that SA-12 bringing out HDZ fours. I don't even know if attack wipe is going to be enough here. Now it's on to Seth to try and deny that steal. Behind the wall, he's fallen. He's going to hit that RPG from below. But the steal has already come through. Seth about to fall, and he may, unfortunately, have helped just hand the win over to Zen Range here. With the respawns, I don't think there's anything even the Nan herself can do. The cookies are baking, but unfortunately they've been in the oven too long. It's back to the rest home for TurboGranny and the YUNCLES.
Yeah, a little bit rough there. I think it was just time management. I think we saw that in that second bolt fight, and ultimately there as well. The fall down with the RPG was ultimately deliberate. It was an attempt to stall a little bit too late, unfortunately. Just didn't have long enough legs as the heavy. But Hyper, what do you take away from that matchup? There were obviously something that went wrong throughout the middle of it, but ultimately, where do you think the line was drawn?
I think it was the second half because YUNCLES had control of this map tenfold at the very start, but then come that second half, it just all fell downhill. And you look at the stats, it rings a lot of question marks, as particularly seeing EatMyWinch. No eliminations. Okay, massive amount of assists. There was 7 assists on the board, but unable to finish off the work that he was doing. But then, as I said, come that second half, they were able to get some great steals. They were able to lock down the sites a lot better than YUNCLES, and it just flipped so quickly. It mind boggles me about how it ended up like that. But Zen will advance through to the finale, and Blue, we have to rinse and repeat it. Still see the YUNCLES and your grandma, well, Yourmateseth and TurboGranny make an appearance on screen again.
Yeah, look, to be fair, all the jokes aside, I really did enjoy watching the YUNCLES play style. They were very aggressive. They were up in the face. They were very proactive. They didn't sort of sit on their heels. It was just one overextension. That was what undid them in the end, unfortunately. But it's not like they were the only team that was guilty of that. Both teams really had some very, very entertaining plays, but capitalization going the way of Zen Range. For the YUNCLES, they've, I think, got infinitely more to prove now off the back of that game.
Well, as we watch and re-watch what happened, of course, that RPG, as you said, Proto, was just a smidgen too late. I think it would have been the greatest stall of the century if it had gone through. But we could play the if, what, when, where, how, and whys in that situation, but it would not change the final outcome. At the end of the day, it looked like that final fight, YUNCLES was just, they were defending too far away. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be the case. I mean, you got to play for a res in that situation or stall. And I think maybe the decision just wasn't necessarily made prior to the action, if that makes sense. There was sort of a juggle going on between, do I try and play for a totem? But then they jumped on it and it was like, well, sort of RPG, maybe I'll get there, and then didn't get there. And even then, I think if that does drop down, the way that would have played out still would have ended up in a steal regardless. You have a coin from Turbo, but it wasn't enough to get back in time. So, look, great effort, but ultimately it wasn't the same stall that you saw from Zen, and they just did it that little bit better in that second half. As you said, I think outlined it perfectly. You know, it was just they lost a bit of steam, weren't playing together as much as they needed to, and ultimately it just led to the demise.
Well, we're going to hop on to a short break, and when we're back, we're going to see the lower bracket final and see who will be joining us back into that upper bracket. So stay tuned, we've got more. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. We're going into the loser bracket as we will see the finale come forward, as it will be Goofy Gooners. Gooers. Sorry. We learned their original name and it was worse than that.
It's alright, they're just fans. Hyuk.
Goofy Goers versus Skill Issue in the lower bracket to see if they can qualify themselves back into that upper bracket. Proto, what do you think about the Goofy Goers?
Dude, they're crazy. Assault Hydrate and Fobu. I'm hoping that's how you say it. Going up against a team that we already know, obviously, Ward, Callum and Andy. They had a rough game to start with, but ultimately it can't get much more silly than this. This is, mind you, the qualifier here. We have had our first elimination as well, so Tuxes won't be joining us again, unfortunately. They have been sent home at the bottom of the losers bracket. One game, which means we will still get to see Gingus going forward, which is great. But ultimately, Goofy Goers taking on Skill Issue. It's going to be a good one.
Proto, you do not sound so excited to know that Gingus is going through. Come on.
Dude, shout out Gingus.
Shout out Gingus. We absolutely love them. But Panda, we love Gingus, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, look, we know for sure that if anyone is able to do it, it's going to be Gingus that can.
Last opportunity, a last chance at the bittersweet end. But as much as we talk about the beautiful Gingus roster, we have to talk about the Goofy Goers, who will absolutely fry our well-known Skill Issue. roster. Look, we could speak about skill issue for yonks because of their appearances within the top 16, the top 8 of the APAC cycles, but let's be real, with the way this tournament's going, they're boring as hell. Let's talk about Goofy Goers Panda. I think this should be quite an interesting roster to create some upsets, right?
Yeah, look, I think there is possibilities for sure. I think realistically, if we had to put pen to paper and call it one way or the other, I think skill issue should have it, given that there's now not 3 teams all that are pointing their guns at the back. But I think consistency is probably going to be the Goofy Goers' biggest issue throughout this, head-to-head matchup. They need to be playing their tempo, because if they just get too proactive too quickly, it's all over before you can blink.
If they are a team that is going to be running Goo, that could create a few little crazy changes. It could be quite interesting, especially on at the Nozomi Citadel. We've seen how teams like Anti-Goo Boys can massively take advantage of the Goo gun. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we do get a plethora of Goo coming out somewhere. But I tell you what, Proto, Panda, let's see what happens at Nozomi.
This guy is just laying up things that I cannot slam dunk, Panda. Ultimately, I think we have to give a little bit more prominence to the Goofy Goers. They do have Series 0 champion Hydrate on the team, which not playing right now, obviously. I think he's just sort of like a 4-man roster type bit and bod. But aside from that, OFL Series 0 champion, 3 consistently high diamond players. Not a bad roster. They also did beat Zen Range yesterday 2-1 in a head-to-head matchup, which realistically shouldn't have happened. So, if we take all of that in consideration, we'll see how they go up against our known quantity, which is skill issue and a war.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. Right now, shots already ringing out, and they've taken almost the head clean off of Andy's straight head eyes there, lurking across the train tracks. But as it stands, Fobu is going to find the first C4 kill to take out the medium of the skill issues roster.
Pretty quick one. Sonar for some early info, and Gooers are still quite strong. Revive comes through as well. So a full reset here for skill issue. Ultimately puts them back into the contention of this one, but the vault now starts to be run, and it's a full disappear from the Gooers. Fobu is hurt. Some great beams there onto Zong as well, but they need to aggress. They don't want to take the jump pad, though. They don't want to commit too early if they can't guarantee their safety, as the building once again starts to crumble from just like 2 RPGs. It's insane how much damage we're getting in terms of the environment, but we lose 1 on the jump. Ward does fall first. That's what the skill issue was worried about. Callum's not too far behind, and it's now just Andy left on his own.
One man Andy, he wipes as well. He goes for the tacky wipe, in fact, wants to get the full team up, not have to worry about getting tokens or wasting coins there. There's plenty of time left on this vault, of course. I think really that's a heads-up move in this situation.
Yeah, you sort of have to. You have to wipe there, because the more time you waste trying to go for a play of whatever description that they were going for, you're just not giving yourself enough time to catch it back up, and unfortunately they don't really want to waste that extra time. So look, ultimately they're doing what they can. No, that is going to be gatewaying in for another go at B.
Yeah, I mean, halfway progression through that vault, so they've got plenty of time to do it here. C4s as well, if they can find a position from below. Look to play that verticality, but you can see, yeah, there we go. Drop down, what a shot there. That must have been an RPG from heaven. As the C4 goes out as well, as just everything's exploding around them. Big damage through from the skill issue crew. And Fobu really playing this explosive power very, very well. They have to scramble, scatter themselves into a better position. And a great hold so far from the Goofy Girls.
Ultimately, very solid on the hold, and they are going to be quite happy with that. There's not much time left here for skill issue to play with. They have to do something. Some good damage, but not enough to really capitalize on. Losing Callum almost here as well. It's going to make things even more difficult. Ward attempts to go for a flank, but it doesn't quite work, and Andy gets absolutely obliterated by an RPG. Callum's going to take one with him to the grave, though, and ultimately will finally get taken down by Assault. That LH1 doing too much damage to deal with, and Skill Issue are currently experiencing exactly that. They're getting gooed on, one may say, and they are going to go for their second wipe of this
Yeah, I
matchup.
mean, against a team like Goofy Goers, the tacky wipe's probably a good thing here, just to clear the board and get yourself ready back into play once again. So I think, again, smart call from Skill Issues. Less theirs, of course, as there really was nowhere to go, but suddenly they find themselves in a position where they are very much under the pump. The onus is all going the way of Goofy Goers. Now it's time for, you know, Skill Issues to flip the script, get on top, and really start dictating that pace and putting the pressure on the Goofy Goers.
Yeah, they will go onto the waiting list after this in the losers bracket, so they won't get a chance to really have another go for a little bit here. They are down there with Gingus right now on that lower side, but it's not the end of the world. There are worse things that we've seen in terms of comeback stories. Getting a little bit of goo on your back is never good, but ultimately they are staring down the barrel of a win. They got first vault. They're looking to plug here, but Skill Issue are looking to cut them off. They've had a really good push on. This is perfect if they can capitalize on it, but no. RPG on the ward makes it really difficult to get in on this push. They have got a flank from Callum now coming, but it's a rotate that's already happened, and the stair tech just is not happening right now for him at all in regards to helping them get that flank. Ward is there to support, but ultimately from behind, they're now the ones who've been flanked. Assault finds one very quick kill onto Andy, and it's now going to have to be a reset. Ward does get a trade, but is that enough to put them in a spot where they can take it to the Gooers?
That is the question, of course. Revive comes out onto Andy, so there is a slight numbers advantage in the 3 versus 2, but you can see the call has already been made, back themselves off with that cash box straight to A. I think this is a really, really smart call from the Goofy Goers. They know full well that Assault's going to have that coin up and available. Now it's about repositioning, allowing that coin to come out and just buying time.
And mind you, they're doing it perfectly. They haven't even been pushed necessarily. Healing Orb as well to keep them in it right now is making things difficult. Skill Issue is struggling, and there's not even 3 people from the Gooers to go up against here. They are opting to push the matter. They want to try and find the kills here if they can.
Ooh.
RPG doesn't connect, but they do spot. No. Yes, with the sonar grenade, one is spotted trying to take down the light, but ultimately can't see him. Andy falls again first in these altercations. The LH1 from above doing so much damage. Callum is forced away, has to go through the charge and slam and get back as far as he can, but now he's going to be taken out, and it's just Ward and Andy. They do get a res off, but is it enough?
1-1, Assault down, so brings it to a 2 versus 2 effectively. Andy with that F cart gets the token up, looking for the quick defib, forces the numbers back in favour of Skill Issues, but only for a moment, as that revive will be coming through on Assault in just a second. Back to the 3 versus 3. The Goofy Goers have a great position now to hold. Sonar grenade, you're not going to be given the information that Skill Issue would be looking for. And this Lewis gun, once again, is proving a real problem. Such a high mag capacity and damage output.
Difficult to gauge at this point in time. They've only got about 30 seconds of gameplay left if they want to make something happen. There's not a large hope here for Skill Issue unless they can open this up wide and get in there and make something happen. They're going for that exact tactic. Dive on in. Dome goes down quickly, but Gooers know they can just play with the time. They're running around. They're playing for the denial. RPG is ready. They've gooed it off. They've dropped it down. There's not much that can be done. Goo to protect, but this could be it. If they can keep Andy alive, it's good. It's not going to matter, though. A full wipe. Skill Issue go down, trying at least. The Goofy Goers have spread the word.
Yeah, no, I mean, unfortunately, Skill Issue unable to lean into it and play into that play style that Goofy Goers were bringing to bear, which was just all forward. There was no reverse. There was no playing back on the back foot. They were just consistently pushing forward up in the face of Skill Issue, and that overwhelming pressure was just impossible to stand up against.
It just seemed all too much for Skill Issue, as the Gooers will do exactly what they need to do, and
Damn.
Well, yeah,
Ow.
yeah, the Panda, you beat me to it. Damn. Our familiar not doing all too well. The team that is supposedly the top 8, top 16 in the APAC region, failing to make it out of the lower bracket, will now have to wait for a round. They're not going to be in the next one, but they'll have to wait until the one after before they can play once again. But a lot of this is just easy opening picks from Goofy Goers. who were just isolating either Andy, either Wardy, just finding an easy player, taking them out, and then once you're in this 3v2 situation, well, the numbers speak for itself. Goofy Gooers took advantage, and then this final cash out, well, it's already difficult in itself. The cash box is ready to jump into the pool from the diving board. Well, no one dived until the absolute very end, but guess what? Andy came, and he did not find the toys. He had to back away, and that is all she wrote. Proto. Disappointing for skill issues, I think, is the biggest understatement of the century.
Look, I think given that they are sort of a relatively new roster, we can't hang too much on them. Yes, they have the veteran side of the board, and yes, you would sort of then argue that coming into it, they would be the favourites. But you do need to remember that some of these teams we've never seen before, mind you, in the OFL. We've seen the players, but they've been elsewhere. We've seen maybe, you know, some of them in top 16. We've seen some of them across the board in OFL Season 0, Season 1, all the way through till today. But ultimately, maybe some of them have never played together before. And it does come down to things like that on game day as well. Maybe Skill Issue are experiencing a small decline in terms of the team play. Maybe they haven't done enough practice. Maybe top 16 was slightly different. You know, there are different things at stake. And there are roster changes that happen outside of that. So maybe that is the case. We don't know at the end of the day what is happening in the BC. We can only go off what we see in the lobby, and ultimately that was just a complete and utter total collapse in terms of how they played that one, which unfortunately puts them in the lower bracket.
It does indeed. When we come back, we'll be back onto the upper bracket where we'll see who can qualify for the second spot in that finale. But we got a cash out, which will cause all the chaos indeed. See you in a moment. We'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to OFL Major 3. We're here. We've had an amazing Heat 1, but we're going to jump into Heat number 2, which means we restart the cycle. A very small different, pun intended there, cycle, but we go on to Heat number 2. Essentially now we lose one game of cash out, and it is basically just cash out head-to-head all the way through to Heat number 4 and onwards into the final. Hyper, you spent the first half on the desk. We now move towards our second/middle part here, and this is going to be our next matchup. What are you thinking moving into it?
I'm thinking I'm going to absolutely enjoy saying YUNCLES' name. I think that's going to be great fun, but realistically, YUNCLES is probably this big dog that really could take that second spot. But after seeing what Goofy Gooers do, that truly, and I'm not saying it to try and get a comedic kick out of this, genuinely, Goofy Gooers came out, took Skill Issue, and just made it their own. So I would not be surprised if we see some upsets coming up here.
And Panda, you know, we covered that first side. We got to see it all, and ultimately now with the map bans as well going into this matchup, do you think any of these are going to favor the teams previously mentioned? Galaxy has almost made it all the way through without being banned. We've had a double Monaco ban for whatever reason, so we might get to see Galaxy. Do you think that this is going to be better than any of the games we've seen so far?
If they're bringing that level of intensity, it's going to force the other three teams in this lobby to really step up their game.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. Hyper, before we get to see what our map is going to be. Okay, we've had a rewrite. Don't worry. Las Vegas to go. See what 4 is before I pose my question to you, and then we'll see where we go. But look, out of the names mentioned, you mentioned YUNCLES. But everybody else, I mean, yes, we've got Goofy in. We have 777 KG. This is our upper bracket. Realistically, the top 2 teams, you have to put your money on anybody. Where are you dropping your dollars? Feng Wai, okay.
Okay. That's going to be helpful information, Feng Wai, to understand what we're expecting. I think with that in mind, 777 KG is probably the pick I'd go for. YUNCLES show that they are very, very capable, and as I said, with jokes aside, as much as I'm going to be milking their name throughout the next stage, maybe not Grandma, not milking her, we don't want to be doing that, but 777 KG is a strong heavyweight that can show up, and you know, seeing it on Skyway, which is in a way a similar-ish map to Fangway in terms of how it behaves, I think it should be more in their corner, and definitely, as I said, we should break the scales on their side.
100%. And Panda, we haven't seen Fangwai today, but outside of what we normally get to see, it is standard issue. Do you think that this is going to play into any one team's playstyle, particularly based on what we've seen to everybody else?
The two teams that stand out to me in this lobby are 777KG and Goofy Goers, in that they can play with some real intensity. The problem being is 777KG playing for the clips, pretty open about that. They're playing to have a bit of fun, and that has already come back to bite them. For a map like this, I think with the competition that's in the lobby, Goofy Goers has to have a bit of a leg up, especially coming off such a strong win like they did in that last lobby.
Well, gentlemen, we're going to find out in just a moment, so I'm going to leave it up to you. You guys can have a discussion about who walks away with the victory, but aside from that, you dive on into it. Have fun, gentlemen.
It's TurboGranny. He's on screen. Well, sorry, she is on screen with Yourmateseth. It's a joy to have my opportunity to say the names, but we should have great fun with this match, Panda, and, well, realistically, any four of these teams could go through, and I know that's a very big cliche, but they all have something that each other don't.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sigma Jellyfish of the four teams in the lobby, I would argue the weakest. They definitely thrive a little bit more when the other three teams are consistently stuck fighting. And speaking of fighting, the Uncles looking for a bit of an angle on the backside of 777KG. Sigma Jellyfish already, to think of it, it looks like it's all just going to be a 4-team brawl in the coming moments. You can see primed and ready Goofy Goers on top of Sigma Jellyfish. Closing in is the Uncles as well, but it seems the Uncles have made the call. They're going to back off play for a different objective. In comes 777KG. There's these big heavies looking to go to town. The cash box is there. Zong's the first to see it. And it's all going a bit wrong as the lockback comes through. Zong falls to the cash 23 of Simol. And it's Sigma Jellyfish coming in 2 for the big man himself. Can they look for a full wipe onto the Goofy Goers assault there? But it's a sledgehammer coming out. It's gone almost immediately.
Yeah, you got to be really good with the sledge. You got to have everybody close and personal if you want to make it work. But while this has all gone through, you said that Sigma Jellyfish, a team that really thrives amongst chaos, well, they're only 1 kill away. They just need to get rid of this second sledge, and they have control. And in doing so, they've taken out Goofy Goers, and they've taken out 777KG. Sigma Jellyfish, rampant at the start.
Yeah, I mean, again, they do thrive when the other teams are busy fighting each other, and that's kind of what was happening there. They also just decided to get involved right off rip, and that sledgehammer, I don't know whether it worked for Mac or worked against him, but either way, Sigma Jellyfish able to capitalize in a very big way.
Great gargoyling, but caught off guard as Fobu will find TurboGranny, and in doing so, allows them an entry into this garden area. Steal a little touch, but it won't be a full commit. They're just trying to bake out the Uncles, try and get a bit more information. RPG lands, but not enough damage to really do too much from it. But the steal has been successful, and Goofy Goers say thank you very much. We're going to destroy the entire building, and in doing so, 777KG are here. Why is everybody wanting a third party? They just want to have chaos.
In fact, it's double sledge. I just realized both Chud and Mako are running the sledgehammer right now here. And look, living up to that ambition that they came to the tournament with. They're here to farm some flips, and the sledgehammer definitely one of the tools that you could do it with. Right now, Goofy Goers down a single member. All other teams happy and healthy. And he's going to be the Goers, though, who will look to get this first cash out. Of course, Sledge comes through for Mac. Him and Chud are just swinging wildly for the fences. Goofy Goers in trouble, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for a steal, as it should go through. And there you go, 10 bans.
Whew. Goofy Goers happy with that. Able to survive against the double sledge as they come crashing through and onto the scene. Sigma Jellyfish, though, well, not really much to say. They had a quiet cash out. There looks to be a last-ditched attempt of rotation to come over, probably more on the line of, let's just central up. There's no point fighting these Sigma boys and going against the youth and making ourselves look like boomers. It's definitely not worth the fight, and that's exactly what all three teams are realizing. Yeah, this is not a battle we want to fight just yet.
Well, things will slow for the time being as cash out will go through there for the Sigma Jellyfish. 4 and 3 both on the cards, looking to get themselves started up in just a moment. But TurboGranny looking for a way to get the YUNCLES back in this.
Rotation finds that the Sigma Jellyfish once again going to be the talking point. They've done it once, fended off 2 teams. Now they're going to do it again. The YUNCLES and the Goofy Gooers. I feel like we're talking in deja vu right now as they fight again. Gooers get down low. Zong down to only 2 bar. Make it down to 1 bar, but slow regen will bring him back into play. Well, YUNCLES, Yourmateseth, down low, needs to be careful, will find himself now eliminated. HDZ, the second heavy, almost out of the game, but able to stay in with just a fraction of health. But this time, Sigma Jellyfish are the ones falling. They can't do the clutch that they had at the start of the game. But it's alright. They still can respawn back in, and they've got plenty of time to fight.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the full wipe there for the Sigma Jellyfish means that they will be out of the action for the time being. Mine's set up. Oh boy. Okay. We are getting ready to farm some clips here. You can see very much the case for Mac.
It's almost like they're looking to take the cash box, which thankfully they did without using the glitch traps. Take the cash box, plug it in, get the free money for yourself, and then if you run in with it, bang, you get it bonked on your head. But this is the type of position you want to see 777 KG with 2 sledges inside a building. The apartment buildings. This is perfect for them. They have to play indoors, allow YUNCLES to over-aggress and go a little too close. Exactly like that as both sledges come out swinging. The trap was laid, and it was successful.
Mackodanian on the tools, running back, does just get pumped there. It's Demo, in fact, unfortunately. Taking out the medium for the team. YUNCLES, he's just being run down like he's caught out by a scav boss. This is a grim scene there. The double sledge setup is going to town on the poor inhabitants of the lobby. They are still sitting solidly in second. Granny on the tools, getting that token off, looking to try and get a cheeky revive for the team. And it's just insanity. This team, this 777 kg team is sowing chaos and disarray.
My brain cells, as much as I've dropped down to 3 today, is about to drop down to 1 after watching what 777 are doing. A last-ditch attempt for a charge and slam from Sigma Jellyfish, and this is the second time we see them wipe after a dominant opener. And it begs the question, what the hell has changed from the very start of this game to this mid-phase of the game?
Well, there's 2 sledgehammers running around. I think that might be impacting things. And literally and metaphorically, Chicko taken down as the KS punches a hole clean through his chest. And YUNCLES fighting desperately here into the face of 777 KG. A tacky defib gets Chud back in, but the seal coming through. In comes the Chud himself. He's jumped back. Away! What a 180! Demo absolutely obliterated off the face of the planet. Chud falls soon after. And TurboGranny and the YUNCLES. Clean wipe for 777 KG and a clean little steal.
Goofy Goers have had pretty much an easy game so far. Happy with what they're doing. They've got themselves the lead, and now they can decide to control the game however they choose. Most likely will look for a double if they can. If they can double up and get the double jeopardy, then that could make their life a bit easier. But the question is, can you get that vault to the other vault and into the same cash out? That's a question within itself.
Duck diving and dodging there. The 5-foot demon, unfortunately, can only get out of the way of so many shells. With all that going on, Simmel, he's in a bit of trouble. Last alive, trying to duck around here. Will get the charge and slam. Gets himself 2, in fact. Takes out both Assault and Zong there before Fobu comes and cleans it up.
It's been chaos upon chaos. I don't think, Panda, we've actually had a moment of silence. Not for our fallen soldiers, but for the game itself. As brilliant throw. YUNCLES will start the cash out. We add an additional minute to the clock. Minute 30, and I do not see the second vault anywhere in sight. So the chances of that coming through is going to be low, and YUNCLES
Oh my god.
getting smashed as Seth gets turned into a pancake. Oh, talking about the other vault, there it is.
Hello. Poor Seth just getting whack-a-mole there. Demo on this medium. Has the Pro 90 in hand. Has that heal beam as well. Just trying to keep his team into it. Lewis gun for Fobu. Working, dismantling the 5-foot demon itself. But unfortunately, the charge and slam from Simmel gets a bit of revenge there as he's chasing down the remaining members of the Goofy Goers. Shaq 50 in the hands of Ninja. Ringing out across the arena. TurboGranny off on the side, off on the flank, looking for an angle on him as the steel's coming through from 777 KG. Big explosion onto the vault. The stick is going to be there, but the wipe soon to follow after. And unfortunately, off the back of that steel, it allows Sigma Jellyfish to now close in on the objective. TurboGranny has a big job on the task. 5-foot demon down, looking for more. That mesh shield comes up. He's got to reload that XP54. The KS23 hot on the heels. Another heavy down. Simmel gone. And it's going to be YUNCLES looking to try and mount an angle back in onto this double jeopardy, try and get the steal on through, but it's not the greatest of positions. Looking for a res, and all the time burnt somehow, some way. 777 KG might have done it here. In comes the goo gun. In comes the sledge through the mesh, and oh, he's emoting in the middle of the chaos. And 777 KG with the BM of all BMs.
You said they were aura farming, you said they were clip farming, whatever the term you want to use. They farmed, and they controlled every second of it through the chaos, which they created. It's a perfect book that you could write for them, isn't it, Proto?
Hey, look, I got to watch that one in real time, and I will say I was not expecting that at the end there. The vault being dropped, it's always it's the green goblin mask of the finals. It always sits there, but rarely do you ever actually get to see it plug in. But 777 KG saw the hole, and they plugged it. They chucked it in, they got the double jeopardy, and then walked away with the steal as well. Mind you, they fully wiped pretty much. They didn't have to get back involved because YUNCLES were playing so much catch-up that no one wanted to let them through. On top of that as well, you've got Sigma Jellyfish, you've got Goofy Goers, everyone's sort of getting involved to the point where it worked in favor of 777 because they were able to just sort of stand there. Goofy Goers qualify through, they just needed to keep people away from it, and they did exactly that in the end. They just defended the point because they want to go up against 777, and ultimately it was really well done in that last couple of moments. Panda, what was the standout for you in that matchup?
Double sledge. I think there's really not much else you could say stood out other than both Mako and Chud running rampant, doing their best to Gilla impersonations as they slammed away. Honestly, my mate Seth got turned into a Goomba. He just got completely slammed. And
they won. They topped leaderboard, mind you. So many lock bolts with double slam. Looking at it, it's just like toddlers swinging sticks at you. There's not much you can do. You just have to sort of face it and say thanks very much and walk away there. But they were able to double and steal with double sledge and end on a first in the lobby. They now go forward into a head-to-head, taking on Goofy Goers. Hyper, do you think they stick the double sledge moving forward into this matchup with the goo gun, given that it is a head-to-head, or do we think that they lock in a little bit?
Okay, so professionally speaking, no, you 100% change it up. You don't run double sledge. It's brilliant for cash out, but this is 777 KG. And from what we've seen from the first game to this game, these guys are going to stick with that sledge because it's worked and just continue to aura farm the rest of this series. I think, to be real, Proto, I genuinely think that they're going to stick with sledge for the rest of the tournament.
Look, they very well may. We're not too sure right now, obviously. Anything can happen. The emote at the end was definitely a little bit of salt in the wound, I think, especially with the double sledge. It was a good way to finish it off, I feel. Lots of lock bolts. Mind you, not just 777 running at Panda. Do you think that lock bolt is, outside of obviously having the sled, Do you think that it is a anti-rotation tool more than it is an opener for a lot of these teams, or do you think people are trying to use it a lot more aggressively? Because we've seen a lot of teams running it in these first few matches.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just synergistically, it makes a lot of sense, especially with some of these maps that, while yes, on the whole, tend to be a little bit more wide open. Once you get into those C-cube areas, down those hallways, into those close quarters where things are just about to kick off, it holds them in place, allows you the easier spray transfer because they're in a much smaller window. And I think, yeah, look, especially with the priority around explosives and RPGs and all the rest of it, it just makes all the sense. Even the charge and slam does get added value on top of that because, again, they're all so close. Your chances are you're going to collect one, if not two.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've nailed it there. But we're going to go into another one. Goofy Gooers take on 777 KG in our next head-to-head. Hyper, I'm going to leave the final question with you. Goofy Gooers have taken away a head-to-head already today. 2-0, no real point of contest. Do you think they're going to do the same against 777 KG?
Yes. If 777 KG does exactly what they did last time and in the last game, yes.
There you go. It's pretty simple. Gentlemen, I'm going to let you jump back into Feng Wai for a head-to-head, and I'll catch you on the flip side back on the desk. Speak to you in a bit.
777 KG, a name that has the potential to live up to the onus, the dynasty that has been started by 777 RS, who are putting Oceania on the map. But right now we go into it a medium. Okay, there we go. I was going to say medium light was a bit of an interesting call, but double heavy medium versus a double heavy light going to be the call. And I would imagine there is a darn good chance, like you said, Hyper, that this could be the double sleeve just coming through. For Fobu, it is, of course, that Lewis gun, the FCAR for demo, RPG, and the BFR Titan for Chud. So it's not sledges. It is going to be a slightly more mainstream, but we know, we've seen this already. 777 KG can lock in when the moment calls for it.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, is when they do lock in, they genuinely are good. But the big question is if they lock in. I would be very surprised if they don't. But BFR Titan, not a bad pick, of course. Recent patch that came through allowed that weapon to have a massive buff. Though, Chud, what are you doing? What is he doing? He is... I get he's doing a split here, but to be so far away from his team is going into Narnia, practically.
Look, clearly they have faith that he can hold his own. It's a bold call, that's for sure, but given that it is going to be his two teammates over towards B, where the Goofy Goers are angling, does potentially give him the opportunity to rotate back. He's going to be a little bit slow, but there you go. Already things start strong for the 777 KG crew. Mako, with his dual deagles, goes to town for one. Fobu, very, very low, has to look for an angle to reach in, but he's been found as well. Dome shield goes down. It's all on Fobu as Assault burns to his own hand, and the split pays off.
Wow. Instant, quick, and heavy as it could be. Break the scales and get it done. 777 KG are absolutely flying. The thing is, they've also got a winch as well, so if they wanted to, they could put this cash box out in the open, make it really even harder for the Goofy Goers. Because Alley amongst the temples is ridiculously hard to get that steal. They opt not to. They're looking to just keep it within the rubble, keep it within the chaos, and they'll play off that.
The insanity that a two-man hold works there by the Goofy Goers. They unfortunately just crumble. A couple of switch-ups there. Demo goes to work with the F-car, finds us one onto Fobu. Assault taking some heavy damage here right now on the slight operator with that LH1. Has to get himself away because they can't afford to lose yet another member because it would completely destroy any vantage, any hold they had over the positioning on the map. Zong in trouble. Has that mesh shield up, but he's being rung down. Chudko overextends. Mako not far off, but Fobu falls. It's going to be a tacky defib there, but Mako goes down as well. Still at 2v2. Can they re-aggress? Can they reassemble? No, they can't. It's going to be two quick kills. Demo and Mac down. It's Chud left alone. Can he find a revive? No, he's been found. He's a known quantity. Zong is on him with that shack, looking to race him down, but they need to go for the steal here. Unfortunately, they're just lacking in that damage output. Can the turn come, though? Chard looking to deny the steal here. Is he going to be in position with the winch? He pulls it away, but it's not going to be enough just yet. They need a little bit more. Can they find it? Chard, can he stop the steal? No, he can't. Goofy Gooers on the board.
Chud, right idea, try and get that stall coming in with the winch, but it was plenty of time for Goofy Goers to get that switch to come through. And it does beg the question, what if Chud had just waited a few more seconds? Would that have worked for him? What if he'd pushed in and gone for the full-on assault himself? You can play that game, but it just won't change the outcome. Goofy Goers getting the steal of the lifetime, but is that the free gift that they get? Or was that just tactical?
Either way, it's going to definitely unsettle, I think, 777 KG a little bit. But they are here again for a bit of fun. You can see that the double D's coming through already. Doing a lot of work from downtown, as is that FK. Unfortunately, shooting your teammate in the back is only going to achieve so much. Chudko, he's just eliminated. Courtesy of that Lewis gun, now Assault goes on the offensive. Live it up to his name, running down this demo. Unfortunately, the Tacky revived too little too late there. Chudko left alone will be wiped. Not really a heck of a lot to gain other than some positioning. That vault has not started up just yet, but it will be Goofy Goers with control of the cash box.
Nice to see a change of pace. Nice to actually see Goofy Goers take control of this game. Because throughout it all, and I'm sure you could agree with me, Panda, that it's been 777 who have been more the dominant squad, the dominant team, who have essentially controlled every movement that Goofy Goers have done. But finally, it goes into their favor, but they're going to get caught right into a backstab. Ooh. As 777 KG is gonna get that elimination. They are true aimers. Maybe I need to get some lessons from these guys, clearly.
Some impressive spray control there from Demo, just mows down Fobu, looking for more Zong now. Eats a couple of shots, but will duck himself back to safety for 2 alive. They still can hold this pretty comfortably. As that cash out started, Mako takes some big damage, but now they're looking to pincer in onto the objective. Shaq 50 in the hand as the RPG does go out. Zong relocates himself inside. They're playing duck, dive, and dodge as they try and get all 3 members up, and they will off the back of that coin. Gas canister goes out as well to cover the retreat. Zong well in trouble. Has the mesh shield and some support. BFR Titan off the winch. Chudko, he's well overextended. He falls and now gives that advantage back over to the Gooers. Shots ringing out. Now blinking health bars across the board. Can Mac do anything here with the charge? He's got it. The Akimbo Deagles needs to get himself some cover with that dome shield. A light versus a heavy. The glitch grenade out forces this heavy off once again. Mako in a world of trouble, found over the roof, and Assault gets it done.
So unfortunate to be at the wrong place, wrong time. Mako, who had only 2 bars of health. Your objective in that situation is find cover, heal yourself back up, and then you could go for a square and fair fight. But it was Assault who, well, assaulted his opponents. I'm here all day.
Very much so. Going, I mean, just in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately, it was just a horrendous rotate there from 777 KG, who off the wipe are still in a position to get themselves in and actually contest the vault. But time is dwindling away, and already they're a bit under the pump. That goo wall that's set up. Oh, big jump in onto the action. Fobu in a world of hurt has lost so much HP, but the heal's starting to come through a little bit. Tension rising as this contest on the objective is coming through. Zong is in a lot of trouble. Deagles and the BFR go huge. It's Assault versus the world. Can he find anything? He's ducking and diving, but couldn't get the reload off. It doesn't matter, though. The Goofy Goers have snatched victory out from under the noses of 777 KG.
Nope. Proto's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted. It's not an OFL stream without a tech problem, isn't it?
Okay, no, we're back. It's okay. Look, what I was sort of getting at was a quick 2-0. Not much to be desired at all from 777 KG. The scoreboard doesn't necessarily reflect that, I feel. They had a bit of impact here and there, but ultimately not enough to get the job done in any respect. They got a few kills, yes, but ultimately they didn't really touch anything hyper. Some good vault fights, but ultimately nothing in terms of actual conversion rate. Why do you think that is?
I think a lot of it is, we know that 777's here. They made it clear that they're here to clip farm, things like that. So I think there is a little bit of game sense that they are missing. But when it comes to their pure aim, absolutely, they're on point. They can 100%, once they're in the chaos fight, they can win those. But it's that pre-stage, that pre-setter that 777 is lacking, that positioning on the map to make sure that they can defend well. There's a lot of areas that I could list that 777 isn't well refined. But again, it all runs back to that same sentence. We know they're here to clip farm. We know that they are aimers. And being an aimer and a competitor is two different things.
Yeah, definitely. And Panda, to mirror that, I mean, look, we had a great game nonetheless, but moving forward from this point, what do you feel needs to be the change for the Gooers? Do they need to implement some strategy, or do you think they can rely on just their aim ability alone?
For the Gooers, I think they kind of have it locked down. 777 KG, though, I think they need to ease up on the gas pedal a little bit. They got caught up a little bit in the bloodlust. They forgot that it is an objective-based game. And both times, they get a full wipe on the Goofy Gooers, but it's too late because the objective has already gone through. They lose 2-0, and realistically, that should have been a 2-1 by the end of it. It should have gone the full distance. Unfortunately, their timing wasn't there. They made a couple of really bad rotates, and it came back to bite them pretty significant.
Well, you heard it here first. Goofy Gooers, our second team to qualify into the finals, but we are going to go for a very short break. We'll be back with our next heat to find out who is going to qualify into the finals. But for now, we'll catch you in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And behind the scenes, we've learned that Hyper may be a little bit more skilled with his mouth than he's led to believe. We are here for heat number 3. We are staring down the barrel of some amazing matchups, and Blue, some names to kick us off. Our next cash-out match, 777 KG, YUNCLES, Sigma Jellyfish, and Skill Issue. It's going to be a good one. We are seeing some missing names, obviously, with people sitting in the lower side of the bracket, e.g. Gingus, but with the bans to come through, Fangwai, Monaco, what are you expecting to see our pick be here?
Oh, please, just give me the state. I'm ready to go.
No.
Oh, we
Fortune
can't.
Stadium.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Oh, no. Do you think Fortune Stadium is going to be a good map, though?
I plead the fifth.
He pleads the
It's
fifth.
not
All right,
Galaxy,
Hyper. Yes, I agree with you. Hyper, what do you think? Fortune Stadium, I know you seem to enjoy it.
Who said I enjoyed it? I'm a banal guy. I much prefer playing banal than
Yeah, well, it's
Fortune,
banned,
though.
so...
Stupid Sigma Jellyfish is absolutely banning that. No, but for real, Fortune, it is a great map. If you want fast pace, you want rotations, you want things to be quick, it is a great map for it. We kept seeing it banned, though, from Luminos about a few hours ago. So it is quite surprising to see how much teams don't want to play it. But at the same time, it is a stable map. But I am with Panda. I still want Galaxy Estate, and I'm telling everybody, every player, this is my message to you. Give me Galaxy Estate. I'm not waiting another 2 to 3 weeks
You can count.
for me to see it in top 16 APAC.
Nice.
I'm not waiting that long.
Hey, look, we get it in Cycle 4, so hopefully in the top 8 we get to see it, but regardless of that fact, it won't be right. And we still have games today where we may see it, but Fortune Stadium is going to be where we go to right now. These 4 teams have had a pretty rough slog to this point. Mind you, we have only got 2 teams currently qualified for the finals, Zen Range and Goofy Gooers. Panda, based on what you've seen across the board from all the other teams, we're going into another head-to-head, another cash-out here. What 2 names are you expecting to join the current 2 that we have in that final stretch?
Well, I mean, I'm putting it down to 777 KG And I think YUNCLES. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sold on skill issues at the moment. I don't think they've just had the intensity that the other teams in this lobby have had, and Sigma Jellyfish just rely too heavily on other teams getting stuck in.
There you go. Well, Hyper, BluePanda, enjoy. I'm going to let you guys jump into another game of Cash Out. I'm envious. I wish I was there for this one, but you guys are going to love it all the same. Hyper, show them what that mouth do.
I am going... If he ever comes to Stockholm, I am 100% going to be doing what every school bully does and just washing his head in the toilet. I'm 100%. Anyways, Panda, be nice to me, please.
Look,
Actually,
I think the one thing to remember, Hyper, coming into this, the only thing to fear is not fear itself, it's Lockjaw as we look to jump into the matchup. Sigma Jellyfish skill issues, 777 kg and YUNCLES. Look at all come in, we've got that double heavy coming through, but it is actually a triple heavy for Sigma Jellyfish.
Of course, that is not banned. It is allowed in Embark rules, so you can 100% bring 3 heavies into the battle, become the absolute brute force that you will be, and have the highest amount of HP of them all. But we're seeing it for a second time. As third party on the opening vault, they're not willing to fight each other in a fair and square and normal manner. OCE just keeping everything fresh, alive, and, well, creative in itself.
Yeah, well, we're not seeing the sleeve just come out here for 777 kg. It seems that they've got their serious pants on after getting, well, pants. They've gone and got the new pair, and it's a little bit less casual, a little bit less fun. They've got the corduroy on. But as it stands, Mako has to be rezzed in with the crash. Jeepers, they are just demolishing this map.
Oh, if it's anything like we saw in Skyway, we can absolutely destroy an entire building, but the steel started to go through as the initial cash out was in favor of 777 KS, but Sigma Jellyfish, that triple heavy, showing up, getting that steel to come through, and 777, I think, weren't expecting and ready for Sigma to come in this quickly, but the Lewis gun and RPGs are just what you need to see. But guess what? Skill issue coming from afar, wanting to third party this entire situation. I don't know if it's a case of, hey, let's just make this broadcast as chaotic as possible. I ain't complaining. It's great fun here, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit hectic once again. Mako hit with the tacky defib, looking for a res to get Wardy back into play. It's just chaos hell running down from above. Demo in a world of trouble, has to run for his life as the dual Deagles coming through. The 360 goo to try and provide cover for the escape. Judd on the hunt, knows his target's there, but the goo's providing very hard to deal with. Simmel opts to take himself out of the equation. It's Ninja left alone, one of the 3 heavies that grapple. The wedge is there. Can he get the steal? It's actually going to be an opportunity now for skill issue to get themselves into play.
A little hesitation won't allow them a lot of time on that dome shield, but thankfully a second one gets put down. Skill issue has to back away as the cash box gets dropped. One more level from Sigma. All while this has happened, Young Unks, Grandma doing nothing. No surprise, she's in a retirement home. But we continue to look at Sigma Jellyfish's cash out, which has been held since the start. How in the hell have they been able to hold off 2 teams and yet none of them have wiped? Hats off to Sigma Jellyfish.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a chaotic start for sure, but it proves that, you know, putting the way. Oh my lord, Chud with just an absolute cleaning of Andy's clock there. Takes out the remainder of skill issue, holding on with a sliver of HP. TurboGranny, I don't know if that was the plan in its entirety, but just fake it until you make it. Turbo Nan's off to the races. She's got a nice dress on, she's got her hat, and she's going to plug that vault.
I bet she went to the Royal Ascot not too recently. Actually, I should realise it's the most British phrase that I could bring forward. Huh.
No, I think that's water bottle.
Not really.
Or
Not
in
really. That's it, bruv. That's
bruv,
it.
in it.
Bruv, in
Bruv,
it.
that was crazy, in it.
In it, bruv. It's so good, bruv. It's like bare peak, bruv. Anyways, Young Unks, sorry, no. 777 KG running low on their lives as Mako left to light. Well, Mako down. Sigma Jellyfish also dropping. And oh, come on. Andy, we don't need to cause some BM right here. We understand
we need it.
you're good.
Do it more. We need it. We need the heat. We need the smoke. This is O's. We need the drama because there's not much else going on, let's be honest. We need something to entertain us out here in the rural Australian internet world. But there we go. Cash box picked up. Looking for that plug over towards D. And, okay, C4 in the wrong place, apparently.
No, it's perfect. What do you mean? That was going to create the greatest trap of them all. Clearly not in plain sight, but nonetheless. Cash out and started for Skill Issue. We head back to hospital for the second time. Last time round, we had 3 teams looking to send... Hang on a minute. I thought there was another team coming in. Don't worry.
Oh,
Get a little too excited too early on, but Sigma Jellyfish, they enjoy third-party cash outs and they enjoy those scenarios because they thrive. There's not been a situation where Sigma hasn't been able to get a few kills. And guess what? Skill Issue is also here on the fight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chud goes down, and that's 777 kg once again wiped out, sitting in a really horrendous spot. Ninja looking for that steal, but the floor comes out from underneath him. I don't know what the plan was with the winch, but either way, he's looking to turn and burn with that KS, but the floor gives way beneath him. Misses out on the opportunity as he screams impotently into the void. And right now, as it stands, the cash out secured. It's YUNCLES in a great spot. TurboGranny leading the charge for the team. Ninja removes himself from play with that RPG. Will have to sit and wait. No coins to his name. It is going to have to come down to a revive. So pacing-wise, this is really going to hurt them. Andy looking to try and deny. Winchclaw is there. Fortunately, it's just going to be enough to keep that control in the way of Skill Issue.
Skill Issue so desperately needs to get this cash out if they want to jump up. This is a roster that has gone into the cycles and, well, not had the best of runs, but the steal coming in from Sigma. Again, unfortunately, the winch has been such a powerful tool in this tournament. Denial upon denial, and somehow Skill Issue down to Burra, down to Andy to stay alive. It's down to Wardy. Can he keep the clutch? Can he keep the stall? One opportunity. It comes from above, and somehow the steal is denied, and Skill Issue will keep control.
The defib there onto Andy. Poor bloke is probably copping it a little bit in the VC right now, but either way, this time round used appropriately as Demo will be taken back. But oh my lord, nearly half the lobby is gone. And crash and slam as they look to relocate aggressively, open up some of these long angles. Hit that launch pad, and Wardy now back into play. 1 coin left for Andy, so it is going to get a bit desperate if they can't maintain that momentum.
Production, I agree. What the? That was the only thing that was about to put in game chat. Don't worry, we see you. We see you, Production. We know you. We want to have a voice here.
What
Nonetheless,
internation?
What internation is this? Mahogany.
Oh
Mako.
no, the man's gone.
Yep, Mako gets Granny, and in doing so, what had been such an easy game for Young Unks, well, finally, they're going to have some competition. They're going to have people coming to them, and I tell you what, it's to the entirety of the lobby, all wanting a piece of the pie with two minutes left on this clock. Skill Issue will have the other cash out to start, but the reality is everybody eyeing up an opportunity to take Young Uncles out to get themselves a free cash box. But Young Uncles can choose. They can play whoever they want to have this cash box. They don't need it. They're safe no matter the situation that comes ahead of them.
Chad in a really horrendous spot, but luckily he's able to pull one out from nowhere. Simmel goes down, removing Sigma Jellyfish from play for the time being. 18 seconds before they're back in. The charge slam does not go out, and now it's 777 kg who are gone. Full wipe onto them, and with time dwindling away, 1:21 on the clock, it has been a rough one for TurboGranny, of course. 4 kills to their name, but they're about to be sitting firm, top of the lobby, if they can just hold for a little bit longer.
Done and dusted for Young Unks. They will be happy with that, and with now 1 minute on the clock. You thought it was chaos for the first 2 cash outs. Oh, it's about to get 10 times better. We had 3 teams attacking at hospital for the first attempt. 3 teams attacking the hospital on the second attempt. We head over to the offices Ladies and gentlemen, we have all 4 teams wanting a piece of the pie as the first of the dome shields start to go down. Sigma are going to get that steel to start to come through, and look at the bodies. They all come crashing down.
5-foot demon falls. That's the Lewis gun in the hands of Chicko, but he's traded out immediately. So 1-for-1 effectively with the Eagles in hand. There's a lot of shots could be sent down range. Mako going to work, but he's in trouble. He's been locked down and slammed into pieces by Sigma Jellyfish. This is going to be a desperate hold. They need to make something of this, but skill issue wiped out, and it's going to be taken handily by the YUNCLES. Still on from 777 kg, and they've essentially ushered skill issue on into the next round of play.
Holy cow, 72,000. Huh? Young uncles sat for the majority of the game, enjoying themselves. Lawn chair, grandma was doing her hair, doing her nails. Your boy just chilling out, playing poker, and then comes out after everything had been set up and absolutely jumped on top of them.
4 kills, by the way, until that last moment. Nothing in the lobby. TurboGranny had 4, and then they come out and pull that off. YUNCLES qualifying with, finally, skill issues, showing us a glimmer of hope into the backside of their brains. They've had some time, mind you, to actually have a conversation about it, considering they were waiting because they'd lost everything else that they've played up until this point. But aside from that, Panda, where do you think the turning point was? 777 kg, bottom of the leaderboard that time, and they weren't running the meme loadouts. What do you think's going on in their camp right now to put them in that position?
They got played. They got played pretty handily by the YUNCLES. I mean, a 6-kill game and you rack up 72,000. Like they puppeteered that entire game. They are the only reason that skill issues are playing alongside them in this finale.
Yeah, that is true. And look, Hyper, going forward to this, YUNCLES and skill issue, we haven't really seen a great deal from skill issue today in terms of showing up. They had that head-to-head previously, which they did lose 0-2 to Goofy Gooers, who obviously have now since gone through. But where do you think they're going to sit in regards to this one? YUNCLES have had a little bit more consistency throughout the day. Do you think that skill issue are going to shine through here, considering now they're sort of showing up to the party, or do you think that skill issue sort of don't turn up to YUNCLES here?
It's hard to say because you have to judge what you've seen from the previous map. Skill issues during that chaotic fight of 3 teams all at the same site, I wouldn't say was the strongest. Yeah, they came out on top with a cash out at the beginning, but at the end of the day, sorry, the second cash out because they got the more coins off it. But young uncles, we haven't seen much of them either. They had a free pass with all the fights happening at hospital. They decided to play safe and play elsewhere, and at the very end it was just a perfectly timed steal. So it's hard to really say that is skill issue on the form that we expect them to be, how we talk about them, or is it both teams just got a free pass? And that's how I'm thinking right now, is both teams got a free pass, so this is essentially ground zero and relearning how both teams fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a lot of weird moments in that matchup. I think the highlight, namely, is the sudden decline for 777 kg. There's just not really much that has come out from them in these last couple of games, and whether or not that is just, as we've said, decline in the ability, whether or not they're just relying too heavily on the clip farming as opposed to actual strategy, I'm not too sure what is necessarily being employed and or lack thereof employed by this stack. But do we think that realistically there's a place for them in the final here, Panda? We only see 2 more qualification slots. Mind you, make that one more chance for them, because obviously YUNCLES or skill issue is going to advance through to the finals off the back of this matchup. They will move forward into a match of whoever loses this, Sigma Jellyfish and Gingus finally getting back into the mix. Realistically, do we expect them, A, to make it to that head-to-head, and B, to advance through to the finals?
If they can remember to play the game. Yes, look, I think their biggest problem is They lost, yes, but not for lack of trying. They were putting up numbers throughout this entire lobby. They were getting some crazy kills, but they got completely out-macroed by the YUNCLES. The YUNCLES were playing the objective. There's a reason they stacked up $72,000 by the end of this lobby. They were playing to the objective. They got 6 kills and $72,000. Look, yes, absolutely there's room for 777 kg, but they've got to remember that this is not TDM. You are not playing for kills. Yes, they help, but that is not the be-all and end-all.
Yes, I definitely think that they're going to struggle going forward, considering that they had such a strong start going into this sort of latter half of the bracket. They really have sort of faltered on multiple points. Hyper, this map allows for a lot more intricate head-to-head matchups. You obviously have a little bit more map manipulation involved. There's a lot more micromanagement of which vaults you choose to go for. Obviously, Hospital is a point of contention. The Embark actually physically trying to change the map by adding the jump-ons over, because they used to be only zips, etc. It wasn't that accessible. Now it is. You know, do you think that just the map is going to make a difference in this one? Because YUNCLES and Skill Issue, we know that Skill Issue have, I would argue, a slightly better map sense than YUNCLES, but YUNCLES just have a lot better grasp at the team fight side of things. Do you think that all of those factors are going to play into this one to walk away with a certain victory, or do you think that it is just going to come down to that team fight tactics side, as I send you guys off, hopefully, into the game soon?
Yeah, I think you've nailed it on the head. This is a map where vault fights are the utmost critical of them all. You look at Banal, you look at Las Vegas, you look at Nozomi. Yeah, the vault fight is important, and don't get me wrong, every vault fight is, but if you win the vault fight here, or you rotate yourself to a position that covers off the cash outs, bang, that's your opening mindset and games that you play, and then come to actually fighting over the cash out. Once you get a wipe, once you have control, how you position yourself to manipulate these spawns to make life harder with those jumps between different islands as well, that can make and break the entire game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Heavy light going to be the call, and I mean, so far it has been working reasonably well for the YUNCLES. So there's no real call to deviate from that process that has been finding them so much success. Going to be much the same on the other side of that coin for the Skill Issue crew. But going into the head-to-head, you've got to lean a little bit more towards the YUNCLES. They have definitely felt much cleaner.
Yeah, more consistently they have been cleaner. Skill Issue, like, okay, poor start, but their recovery and what we've been seeing and the pressure they've been put on them has improved. But again, I come back to the point I made pre-show. We always focus on the last map as that is a solid glitch. What a throw. Yeet. What was I saying? Yes, the Skill Issue and YUNCLES essentially had a free pass into this final round. This battle was a lot easier. Okay, Skill Issue, you could argue it was harder, but realistically, both teams haven't demonstrated that they are better than one another. So it's a level playing field, and as Proto said, it will be dependent on how you play this map.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into this, cutting away the chaff, not having to worry about a third and fourth team potentially getting involved and ruining things for you is great and all, but TurboGranny, she's off on her own. Has been spotted out, and so they know that this YUNCLES roster is a little bit split, and it can be exploited. There you go. You can see now the aggressive reposition. They know that this cash box is moving courtesy of Skill Issue. TurboGranny looking for that cutoff.
Quick dive. They're going through clinic, and they're going to make their way over to the hospital. Not the worst choice to start off with, but they're hot on their tail. YUNCLES have seen what's going on. They now need to next step think, right, if they're going to hospital, we've got to get ourselves across quickly, because the hardest bit is to jump across that gap and then go straight into a fight. Yourmateseth, well, he's doing the first work. He's able to take down Wardy. Callum dropped down as well. It's down to one, and what was the advantage for Skill Issue has disappeared entirely.
Winch scores there, as is the Lewis gun, but that KS-23. Not to mention the assistance of this light from the Turbo Nan herself. And it is going to be a wipe of skill issue. That steal comes in pretty cleanly.
Quick, efficient, fast. And now, with 20 seconds to set up, you could create hell. And before, like, if you go back a season before the KS was such a big weapon, you wouldn't be... Crossing over was hard. You just find yourself on the edges of the map. But now you can create these holes. You've got yourself cover and sightlines to do damage.
And information is power, especially in the finals. Anything, an inkling, an iota of information can tell you how to look to approach. And Ward drops the gate on the return for the team as they look to reposition aggressively in below the vault. It's going to be a question of, have they found that angle to try and catch out this YUNCLES roster? C4 down from below, going to start popping that roof. Try and drop the vault in a position where they can look for a steal, but the vert angles have already been set up here. HDZ caught by the winch claw, and he's going to be absolutely demolished there by Callum and his Lewis gun. Looking to go on the aggressive now. They've got the player advantage, but they have not got much time to work with. They need to get in for the steal. Seth and Turbo Nan have to hold fast here. Seth's in trouble. Mesh it out to cover. Turbo Nan's up above. Can he deny at all? The shots are not quite there. Seth gone. Can he deny the steal? He's almost done it. But it is going to be a last millisecond steal from Skill Issue.
Skill Issue nailing that perfectly. Grateful to have a cross angle to stop any cheeky stalls. It nearly happened. It nearly was the upset of a century, and YUNCLES nearly have that in their control. But Skill Issue, with a wipe as well on their side, will be able to get to this second vault. Don't think it will get tapped, though. That's the only problem, because Skill Issues prop themselves up for map position over vault control.
Absolutely. I'm going to play the vert, but unfortunately they lose some of that higher ground. Wardy from across the way, looking for an angle with that XP54, the RPG in hand, as is the KS-23, but the cash box will be started. Goo to cover. Realise that there is a threat still encroaching upon their positioning right now. Looking to clear the objectives of that KS-23 again. Now know that Ward is up above.
Ward is a light. I think he's running the XP. It's going to be quite dangerous. If that was an LH1 with heights, then yeah, I'm running for the hills and getting out of there as quickly as I can. But even so, it's information that is being provided as the tickle damage starts to slowly bring down Seth. And the aggression can start to come through. Oh, Andy, you should have reloaded that RPG. But thankfully, they all group together, so the splash damage opens up. But Granny's able to pick off one. And the trade from Wardy goes back and forth. The young uncles able to win out the aggression. And Skill Issue makes a critical mistake.
Yeah, it's definitely a dicey gunfight there. A bit of a coin toss ultimately, but one that goes the way of the YUNCLES, as they will plug box at number 2. Now, they did obviously get that first plug. It just stolen the load of the last hair to deny and steal that point away for Skill Issue. So YUNCLES are going to have to be a little bit wary.
Great opening damage. Seth nailing the KS throughout the day. It only takes one more shot, and I feel like Seth is about to perform a 3K. I know, I feel it's brewing, Panda. Don't you feel the way that Seth's been playing this? A 3K, a full wipe just by himself is about to unfold.
I mean, absolutely, it's a possibility the way he's been hitting those shots right now. But Callum, in below, just lurking a wee bit here. You can see they're trying to cover all the angles, using that KS-23 to its ultimate capabilities, open up those long lines of sight, provide info. But there you go, they spot from above, and Ward is just completely 100 to 0. Now they're looking to turn and follow up on the remaining members of the Skill Issue roster who duck, dive, and dodge away, trying to get to safety. Gas canister, trying to provide that cover for Callum. He's ringing around the Rosie, gets himself back up, looks to clear, but can't do it. It's going to be TurboGranny going down to Andy, though, on the other side of that coin. Callum falls, so it is just Andy alone in the face of two. Can he get anything? The shot's ringing out. No, the reload comes through. Yourmateseth on the tools, on the job, and Largen in charge.
Yeah, no more attempts for Skill Issue to go for this cash out, and I tell you what, we're going the distance. YUNCLES demonstrated on the first cash box that they had good map control. They demonstrated that they were great at fighting, but Skill Issues able to sneak in that cheeky snail at the last second to claim it as their own. YUNCLES this time round, once they had control of the once the mistake from Skill Issue of being too aggressive over by the compound, it cost them dear and allowed them to set up one more cash box to see who was the third to go through. Panda, it really is turned back into a coin flip.
It has very much presented that way. Right now the YUNCLES with Prio over this cash box, and TurboGranny just looking out for anything head and shoulders sticking out, anything that pixel askew that he can then look to capitalize on and send shots into. Callum, he's looking for an angle. You can see both teams are just tensely looking for an opening.
Cash box in. Here we go, the last 2 minutes of this battle on Fortune Stadium. Do you slow things down? Do you speed things up? That's the first question you ask yourself. What tempo do you walk in? But I've just realized we were watching TurboGranny, who's gained all that information against Skill Issue. And now for the stab of the rear, but the quick flick around a little too far away to get the full effect of the XP. But Wardy will take advantage, and YUNCLES and Granny just... there's a missed opportunity. An unfortunate opportunity indeed. Thankfully, he's got fantastic teammates who could do a lot of damage.
Absolutely, Ward still has those coins available to him, and there's a good chance he might have to use them here. 7 seconds left until he's up and in play. They are going to have to pull out all the stops to try and deny this away from the YUNCLES, but again, the YUNCLES have just been so clean on it. Not really missing much of anything here, and there you go, shots out onto Seth. As that encroachment will begin now. You can see Skill Issues bundling in towards D.
The final half, about 50 seconds on that clock now. Feels like an eternity for the young uncles. But for Skill Issue, it doesn't feel like enough time as they slowly start to encroach onto this point. Both teams getting closer and closer. The last 30 seconds will start to come through, and here comes the push from Skill Issue as they try and get those dome shields down to keep themselves a little bit of cover, a little bit of protection, but it won't be enough as Wardy will be the first to drop. Callum already down to half, but they need to get rid of at least one of the heavies. YUNCLES able to see a drop. HDZ down low, Andy down, and that's everybody from Skill Issue. YUNCLES will advance to the finale, and Skill Issue, well, there is an issue somewhere. They'll have one more attempt to get to the finale.
I mean, look, it was a close run thing, that's for sure, but yeah, just the crack showing, and YUNCLES absolutely latching onto that.
Off the back of a few minor mistakes, I think we'll highlight there. It wasn't really much. It was highlighted in game chat there by TurboGranny. It was a very close game, and there were moments that shone through, said cracks, and ultimately, look, it was more than what we hoped for, I feel. I think this was something that we expected to maybe go a little bit quicker than it did, but that steal at the start was the glimmer of hope that I think we've been waiting for at least 5 games now, BluePanda and Hyper respectively. And for the boys over at Skill Issue, they're starting to get their feet back underneath them. They've whittled away for so long at the big names in this series, and ultimately Hyper, they now have to play one more game for another chance at qualifying into the finals. Do we think they can do it?
With the lineup that we have ahead of us, it's hard to say. Sigma have been chaos in creators. 777 coming out with off meta and different strats, but when they lock in, they lock in. And then you got Gingus that's coming in after waiting nice and cold on those sidelines. So I don't see a lot of hope for Skill Issue here. Skill Issue are the most formal style of team. They do play traditional. They do play a lot of meta that we see in the European and the Americas side of things. But they don't play APAC like the rest of this OCE game.
Yeah, definitely. And Panda, I mean, we've seen them pivot off HML over to HHL. Do you think that has given them any leg up in the current situation?
I mean, it just seems too strong to let slip. I mean, just having that much front line and TurboGranny playing as well as he does on this light, playing in the flank positions, I think you'd be foolish to mess with the formula that is finding so much success for the Uncles. That, again, if this is early days for them, this is what they're able to bring to the table. Yeah, again, just work with the tools that you're given, and if they're working as well as they are, you'd be, again, silly not to capitalize.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we're going to have a very short break before we wrap out our evening with a few more sets of games. So get yourself ready. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, one and all, to the greatest game show here in Oceania. That's right, of course, it is the OFL Major 3. I'm joined here once again by Hyper and Proto. Gentlemen, we're coming into the last leg, of course. Heat 4 coming through. And look, Proto, we'll put it to you first. Your favourite team, it seems, has now made its way on a broadcast. Gingus is here.
Finally. Mind you, a very, very, very rough start for them. They didn't do very well in their first game of Cash Out, and then subsequently in their second game of Cash Out did a little bit better, but still didn't quite make the cut. They've since been on the waiting list, unfortunately, Panda, but we finally get to see them play, and I'm excited to see whether or not they are going to be the difference makers.
Well, not when it comes to the map veto. Galaxy Estate's banned out again, unfortunately, Hyper. And we go to Monaco suspended structures. Now, this seems, at face value, slightly controversial.
Yeah. We're back on Monaco, the beautiful gem, the first ever map that Embark created, designed on the 2014 Monaco, but I won't bore you with those stats and figures. It is a difficult map. It is a map that is just building upon building upon building upon building. So that your play style has to massively change. I'd probably say running Galaxy Estate would be easier than trying to run a Monaco suspended structures. I don't know what you think about that, Panda, but yeah, this is going to be difficult.
Well, whether or not it is, of course, it's time to get into it. Heat 4, gentlemen, please take it away. It's Proto and the Mouse.
The Mouth. The man, the Mouth, the legend.
Nah.
He's here. We're here together. Finally, Hyper. It's our turn to drive the bus. And look, it's going to be interesting. 4 teams coming to this one that arguably we would have expected maybe 1 or 2 of these guys to qualify a little bit earlier in the play day, but nonetheless, they are here. Skill Issue, Sigma Jellyfish, 777 KG, and Gingus. I would love to put my money on Skill Issue, but Sigma Jellyfish and 777 KG have just been that little bit more consistent today, Hyper. Would you not agree?
Yeah. Sigma, even though, yes, not always making it through to the final round, they're able to hold their own within the fights. It is just a timing problem that comes with Sigma. If they can just nail and fix that bit, oh my god, they would become unstoppable off the end of it all. And then 777 KG, it's one of those situations that I mentioned before. If they actually take it seriously, they'd be really good, but clearly they're not. 2 charging slams and a medium, and there's a sledge.
Gingus on the sledge is Watermelon Man is coming in. Elapid making things interesting. Lockbolt and Hammer to tow with the Watermelon on the back. We are going to see what happens. Early altercations here with 777 KG owning the height. It's going to make things difficult for Gingus, but they have got the tap, Hyper, so they are in control of the vault. I'm not too sure whether or not that is the case. Yes, it is. Letting some shots fly off towards the roof here, but the pad is set for 777. They're just waiting for the right moment to go for the dive.
Yeah, get someone down to half. If you can identify 3 or 2 people together, it makes life a lot easier, but you have to think about the gap as well. That's quite a big jump, so you essentially want Gingus to come a little bit closer to you, and they will have to go towards them. They cover and control the cash out. Meanwhile, on the other side at B, Sigma and I believe this is 777 getting, sorry, no, Skill Issue having their first little kerfuffle.
Yes, great winch claw there. Andy locking one in for himself, but takes a lot more damage than he can deal. 5-foot Demon also low now as well. Sigma Jellyfish not looking too good, but they find one on the wall, making things that little bit easier, but it's now just a 2 versus 1. The reset to come through for Skill Issue. Callum holding the revive. 5-foot trying to get involved. Spots one with the SA, but doesn't choose to engage. Opts to go for height here and wants to play out of the way, but is he going to get anything for his troubles? No. RPG'd by Andy. Charge and slam just to make sure. And Vault 1 is going to go get plugged on the other side of the map as well for 777, so we know who won that fight. Sigma, unfortunately, not quite walking away with the W they wanted either, as Gingus now left to pick up the pieces.
I tell you what, Offset starts to be the talk of the topic. The pacing completely off. Skill Issue has a cash out that's already halfway, while 777, theirs has only just started. They were able to win against Gingus. Of course, that was a stalemate we saw earlier on. So what does this all mean, though? Well, we're going to see all the teams heading to one area. That's a cheeky angle. That's a very cheeky angle for the steal. Unfortunately, Wardy able to spot that all too quickly as the KS starts raining down. The charge and slam to finish him off. Nope, still alive. Now he's gone. Brilliant work with Skill Issue.
Yeah, the stagger is going to be the issue here. I think we've sort of nailed that one on the head. Not much left for the Vault for Skill Issue. Some insane shooting there, though, from above. Demo doing some crazy damage with that F car, just letting it go from that top rope. Sigma down 1. I'd imagine they've probably grabbed this totem and are going to go for a very quick reset here. Half left over on A as the cash out for Skill Issue is moments away from finishing as well. Some good damage onto Chud, but he's going to be healed up. And now the stagger is going to cause a problem. Hyper, you look at how everything is set on the map right now. There is an attempt for anybody to come and have a go here. There's plenty of time for everyone to try and take A.
And taking account A being on that suspended structure as well, crossing into the structure is going to be difficult. You're going to have your eyes on Mega. You're going to have your eyes on anybody who crosses via the roofs. It becomes near impossible. So you do beg that question. Do you go for that push? Do you go for that fight? Which we can see in the background. Gingus and Skill Issue not willing to play that game. That ain't it, Chief. They ain't wanting to battle or fight with it. Instead, they're focusing on new and looking at C.
There you go. Cash outs all done and dusted. Vault 3 is to be opened, and Gingus doing their best, but some good gargoyling here from Ward. Good information, but not enough to capitalize on, unfortunately, there in terms of a kill. He is going to be forced away as Andy is brought back into the fray by Callum, and Skill Issue will retreat just for now. C is to be plugged, and we're going to get another weird stagger here, unfortunately. 4 is yet to be touched, and that's going to create some problems unless it goes completely untouched for the next sort of minute and a half here as we watch everything unfold over towards C. Sigma Jellyfish falling very quickly. 777 KG losing one of their own. Things are kicking off on the backside of the map.
All this has essentially not given any team confidence, because right now Gingus have control of C. Sitting, well, they've been able to throw that out. Looks like it's been thrown outside the building. Yeah. A dream scenario. Those little portable buildings are the worst to try and defend in. But having it just on the outside makes life a little bit easier. But Gingus have control. They were making it into a kill race territory. Thankfully, Skill Issue, again, as we mentioned, that Offset being the talk of the tale, gonna put themselves back in the lead. But nobody wants to fight C. It is awkward. This is out in the open.
It's a difficult one to touch. They've got a lot of denial from above as well, but mind you, they haven't dropped the structure that they're residing on. If they could get rid of it, it might be a doable feat. But mind you, here we go. They've walked on up. This is great. Gargoyling's going to find one. Almost. No. Sigma Jellyfish Ninja, you need to land those shots. But ultimately, Gingus dive on down. The Sledgehammer finds two that we don't get to see. And Shunned is going to find one of his own up top. Ninja loses that fight, but arguably he probably should have won. And this is why C has been left completely untouched. They have that KS for the manipulation. They've pulled it out with a winch claw to the area underneath. They had barrels, they had all sorts of denial, and no one can touch it. You cannot fight a sledge in that position because all they're going to do is exactly what just happened. They're going to drop down on your head and they're going to walk away with a W. Now, 777 trying to take on Skill Issue as they cross up on Mega to go onto this structure and have a go.
Taken out instantaneously. Go on, get the 1, 2, 3 and get it completed. Took a bit longer than expected, but it ain't a good night, sweet moon scenario. Skill Issue. Full control. 777, I think there was a bit of a rash and rushed push with no form of control. And you'll get punished if you're not thinking tactically, if you're not thinking about what you're going to do once you're there. Proto, this is essentially becoming Skill Issue's game.
Well, I mean, we highlight the stagger causing an issue, but I really don't think it is. It seems to have sort of aided them in some degree because teams are more focused on this third party. I mean, look at what Elapid and co from Gingus are doing right now. They're sort of just walking the competition down where they can and opting to do the weird things. Right now, no denial here for 777 KG, and ultimately Sigma Jellyfish, given that they were just wiped as well, aren't going to be able to hold on to their vault. Gingus have come in out of nowhere, grabbed that one and walked away with it. 777 want to go now. It's been winched out into the open, but Gingus are disengaged a lot quicker than they might necessarily even need to here, but that's because they want to play that sledge. They want to get close. They want to try and make something of it. And this is where 777 have to get aggressive before Gingus get a chance to bunker down.
One getting taken away as Toad will get dropped on the Gingus side, but the sledge is still up. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. If you're Gingus, you need this cover. You need to play what I call a peekaboo strat. Play hidden, and then when you need to come out, you peek a boo, and bam. Goomba stomp them on the head and call it a day. 777 looking to get that steal, but there is a third party of Sigma looking onto that point as well. Gingus needs to time this right. So if they over-aggress and get wiped here, it might cost them this game.
It's a difficult spot to be in. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. 777 get one. They take down a member of Sigma Jellyfish, but is it going to be enough? Gingus is still holding on to it. They now need to get active with only 30 seconds left in play. 777 are going to get away with it. There's not enough denial in time. The charge and slam isn't going to be enough, but everyone's getting involved now. Gingus are going to go for the full wipe. 777 KG lose one of their own, but it's not enough. It's now Sigma Jellyfish's turn to try and go for the steal here, but with 777 still having two available, there's enough to try and deny for the time. Charge and slam comes in. It's huge. Callum finds two with the RPG, but is it going to be enough? There's time on the board for them to play with two teams wiped, both of which qualifying. It doesn't really matter. 777, wait, they can go for the steal on 777. Skill Issue can get it. That's going to qualify Gingus. 777 are wiped.
Oh, that's naughty. Skill Issue sitting on the side allowed everything to unfold, and then at the very last second, once everybody was battered, bruised and weakened, they hop in and say, you know what, we just want to be greedy off the end, and they bring in Gingus with them into that final round. And I feel bad for 777 because that was all theirs. It was theirs to control, it was theirs to have, and honestly that game, it deservedly should be theirs, but nah, greed is a powerful tool.
Well, I mean, look, almost exactly the same way that Skill Issue were dragged into that third heat head-to-head in the finale by the YUNCLES. Now they've done the same to Gingus coming through in this Proto. I mean, look, 777 KG will be absolutely fuming. I'm sorry, there's no two ways about it. This, especially given the fact that this team has actually stepped up their play throughout the day, gotten more and more serious, pulled on their sweatpants, so to speak, and only then to lose the way they just did. That must be infuriating.
You'd have to be upset. I mean, they played that arguably about as perfect as you could have. The fight between them and Gingus was so drawn out to the point where, you know, we had coins coming through. There was 3 people back in the fight. It wasn't like one of those super quick and done ones. And it was a difficult spot to be in. They managed their map movement as well between going for the fight as well as retreating, knowing when and when not to engage. You do have to highlight the macro side of thing as well. It just sort of came down to the saturation that was an issue. Too many people showed up, and then the question wasn't, can we do it? It's, can everybody else leave us alone for 5 seconds? And ultimately, you know, skill issue then are able to read the playbook and go, oh, you know, if we steal here, we're going to take through Gingus, and arguably I'd much rather fight the team that's played 1 game today, lost, and then re-qualified through to here from the lower bracket than the guys who have consistently been running at the top side of things for the day. You know, it just made sense, and they went for it. So for 777, I'd be really upset personally. You've had a great day, and to go out like that definitely hurts off the back of such a great match as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think inarguably you'd be a little bit frustrated, but the skill issue, I mean, that is the question, Hyper. Is this the right call? Have they brought the right team into this finale? Are Gingus going to be the ones that they can then punch down on and book themselves a spot going into the top 4, or has this been a huge mistake potentially?
I think it's a tactical choice. I think Gingus, we know they're bringing Sledge into the fights. We know that this is something that works for them. So there is counter strategies that they can bring forward. Clearly, one of them being playing further away. You've got a light that can inflict a lot of damage at distance, maybe change off the XP and go for the LH1 instead to utilize the distance. So I feel there is a lot that can be done to counter Gingus. So yes, but let's be real, you put anybody into that final position and it's anyone's game.
Absolutely. I mean, Proto, you know, what's better than having Monaco once? It's having Monaco twice. We head back to it. They've removed the 2 extras from the lobby. Skill issues versus Gingus. I mean, 1 spot remaining to you. As you head into the map, who takes it?
I want to lean more towards skill issue. I have a strong feeling that they just have that little bit more in terms of playability and flexibility in how they can deal with problems. A big problem is going to be that sledgehammer, and whether or not they will be able to deal with it, I'm not too sure. But I think given the experience they bring, we'll see them dominate.
I like
it. Yeah, I was about to say, I think he's gone, but you know, we can only speculate here. We can only speculate. Hyper, we're going to dive on into it. Final round here, our last of the group stages, if you want to call it that, going into the finals of our head-to-head matches. Best of 1, winner takes all. I was asked, I'll ask you, who do you think's going to walk away with it?
Ooh, good question, good question. Simple answer, skill issue. I think Gingus, yeah, there's a lot of good in their team, and you know, some familiar names of Toast and Toad. Both of them absolutely fantastic players, and of course Epile coming up the rear with the sledge. But realistically, skill issue is the more well-rounded team, and I know we've glazed them once before, and then it's turned into, the only word I have for it is a shit show that came off it. But they are the team that has, you know, more international experience, so I would lean towards skill issue.
There you go, you heard it here first. But Vault was tapped by Gingus. They are going to be the ones to run it. Elapid is hurt, but ultimately we'll get that Vault pushed on out and traded away. But Callum's actually going to kick things off here with the first kill. Elapid goes down. One of the heavies removed. A great RPG. This is big. Charge and slam! Connects. Callum finds one. He's looking for more. KS in his hands. He's going to get it. Kicked through. Looking for a quick melee. There's the second. Elapid, now the last alive. Off the back of a quick defib. Is opting to hide. No, opting to wipe. mind you, for a quick reset. Gingus want to not waste any time on trying to get resets, etc. They just want to go straight for a white. Plug's going to be quick there, but that was an insane charge and slam. Yes, the kill, but the damage as well.
Whew. Fat Boy drops down and creates an earthquake. Exactly what a charge and slam does. Beautiful. Just beautiful to see. And no surprise, Gingus having to getting wiped off the rip, and now they have to quickly make their way over. We're playing in Grandma's house. Well, was playing in Grandma's house. Thankfully, there is a winch, which means we've got the cash box out in the open. So you can play up on that suspended structure. You can play in Grandma's house, and getting that back indoors is going to be a bit harder, as there's a few little lumps and bumps that makes that pull back just a bit harder. And Skill Issue, they're going to play time here. They have no need to push. They have no need to rush.
Zero need, mind you, actually, at all. But it doesn't really matter. They want to take the issue to Skill Issue. Elapid finds one. Ugly Toad finding another. And it's now just AUD to seal his fate. And that is going to be a quick turnover there for Gingus. When they get too close, it is dangerous. And I think that is what Skill Issue aren't necessarily realizing. If you let that hammer start going, you will disappear very quickly from the lobby. You are not going to get a second chance. But it's rough. They will throw that box away completely. They're not going to get another chance at it, Hyper. Even if they get there at lightning speeds, I don't see them wiping and getting a steal off in the next 20 seconds. They're going to be able to go regardless, and they want to maybe try and make it happen, but whether or not they will, I highly doubt it. They dive on in. Ward's going to lead the charge on the invis. He's found one, but he's pretty much instantaneously removed by Toast and Co. And that cash out is going to happen while the fight unfolds here. Gingus will lose one. Elapid goes down. Winch to connect. Andy finds one, but Dome Shield is going to make this a little bit more difficult. Mesh to boot as well. Shunned is going to find the defib off screen, and Gingus are quite strong right now. Are they going to get anything there? Andy will get two. Hang on. This is doable. Heavy v heavy, both with passive regen now. Lewis Gun versus Sledgehammer. That is very doable for Skill Issue, but at what cost? Does it really matter, Hyper? They lost the vault.
They lost the vault.
The team fight.
No, Elapid is still there. Elapid is still able to have a fight of his own. Oh, wait. Nah. Wardy.
Oh my
Wardy
God.
Able to pick off one. Unable to get second.
God.
But I want to just rewind just slightly before we came to the rush situation we were in. I said Skill Issue is perched up on that suspended structure, doesn't need to do anything. Why the hell did Skill Issue jump into that? They knew already that there was a sledge in play. They knew all too well that this is a team that thrives under close quarter battles. Why would you jump off a power position that gives you sight, that gives you information, that gives you everything, your nutrients, your sleep, your everything, to then sacrifice yourself for Monaco? Just no. Absolutely not. I'm disappointed is what I am, Proto.
I have one response for you.
What's that?
XD lol.
That makes sense. To be honest, this is OCE. They're probably it adds up.
Oh my god. The melee buff showing why it's so strong. That winch unfortunately not connecting. Attempted to read the lock bolt as well. C4 does a lot of damage on to Elapid. Ward wiped, and it's just Andy. Very quickly. This is what we're talking about. That sledge just does so much damage, and ultimately pairing it with things that cause people to stand still, like lock bolt, like everything else, you just can't. You can't stop it. And right now, Skill Issue are just crumbling in the face of, I would argue, zero adversity. They did not need to put themselves in the positions they've put themselves in, and yet here we are. They had control of Vault 1. They gave it away. They didn't need to dive Vault 2. They could have center mapped. They could have played height. They could have gone for poke. They could have had Vault. Here we are. They don't. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many poor decisions from a team that we know better of. it just makes me really scratch my head and wonder what's going on.
It's like us being dads and watching our children and judging them heavily. It's disappointing, is the only word you can use. However, both teams are able to find themselves onto the suspended structure. All it takes is one more floor, and there will be no more floor. We'll be heading down to the ground floor, an unbreakable being below, but you gotta Gingus will time this when they need it. And if you are very skilled, like Skill Issue, you might be able to surf. Oh, well, I was about to say you could surf it down. That plan's out the window, Proto. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to try and pre-plan into the future. But Gingus taking a lot of damage wherever they are right now. Hang on, they've been pushed into a corner. That medium heal beam's not going to be enough. They all have to run away. This could be the opening that Skill Issue need. They've got to go heal and lick their wounds. While Skill Issue have a chance to steal in the open here. No, giving up height to get a gateway out for his team. They're going to get it and they're going to disappear. Skill Issue might be on if they can survive for just a moment to the point where they can deny, but I don't know if they've got it in them. Hyper, this happening here again. The dive on down with a charge and slam is good. The gateway out again keeps them in it just that little bit longer, with Ward getting the revive. Another steal now for Gingus. Can they deny? Skill Issue. This is by the grit of their teeth and the sheer determination that they still have a chance in this and they want to make it happen. Ward from above. He's going to keep his team in it for now. They're going to do it, Hyper. They're going to walk away with this vault unless Gingus can do something about it, like walk up behind them without any information or reaction.
Oh my god. I hope and a dream Gingus had control, but again, when you get dropped so low and you have to go lick your wound, that is the perfect time, and Skill Issue demonstrated that when you have the upper hand, they will capitalize on it. The fight still going back and forth, and it's down to Callum and Toast to go between each other. What hesitation. Gonna allow all three members to get back up. Callum saying, you know what, let's go out in a blaze of glory. Gingus will win the end fight. Down to one cash out, Proto. One to go.
I don't get why. You've got coins. This is head to head. We don't take them into the next round. There's not 7 million vaults. You're on last vault. You've got 3 coins. Why aren't we just waiting for our team to come back? Or why aren't we waiting for a rotate away with a res? You know, something along the lines of not RPGing and jumping into the abyss. But I mean, I get it. I get it. Like, you know, slam on cooldown. There's not much you can do. Wipe might have been quicker and may have given you a better spawn, but you've currently just been lock bolted, and you now have Elapid running at you with a sledgehammer to boot with his teammate. Callum's going to get caught out in the road here because he somehow hasn't managed to get up that zip, but Elapid already has. He's taken an RPG. He's managed to get away for now, and I'm just not really understanding the thoughts behind a lot of these engagements. Ward is hurt. He's missed his own gateway. He's trying to get his teammate over to help, but he's actually going to have to take it to get out, and they've somehow flipped this on its head. They found the first, and they're now looking to continue.
I'm still trying to rack my brain of what is the strat, what can you do to counter each other, because it seems like when one thing works, they stick to it, and then it fails onto the next attack as Skill Issue now flip the table and take control once again. Gingus now having to wait on that respawn screen. Going to see the setup come through. I don't think there's actually going to be much time for a setup.
No, really zero.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go A here. So again, into that suspended structure. And guess what? Look where Elapid has spawned. And the entirety of Gingus are here and can push straight onto site. This is fantastic.
That spawn is actually cinema. I don't think they could have got close if they tried. But look, the jump pad drops down. Hang on, that was a huge RPG. It's denied the push, but instead of diving across, Ward managed to find one from behind. Both teams take a loss there, but it's a trade for your supporting characters. A medium and a light traded out, but it is going to be Skill Issue to get the revive that little bit quicker. So they're going to be 3 stronger, but Elapid has brought back his teammate as well. Toast is in the fight once more, but Andy's forced down onto the floor here, and Gingus are looking to isolate one if they can. KS trading shots up on the top ropes, but now caught in a troublesome position. Winch misses. This is big. Elapid Elapid now has to chase his prey. He's coming, but he can't quite make it. Andy, he's pulled him in. He's managed to take him out with a Lewis gun, and this is big, but off screen, we're not seeing it. The steal is happening. C4 to deny. That's enough time for Skillishu to reposition and go again. Gingus have been thwarted for now.
Yeah, Elapid playing decoy, making sure they grab the entire attention of Skillishu, and he is a proper. If Elapid gets all too close, it could be the downfall of Skillishu. Ugly Toast, first to drop. Elapid to drop. Shunned Toast, able to quickly get the defib back in. It's powerful, it's quick, it's furious, but the Lewis gun rains down and gets Gingus gone. There will be time for one Hail Mary push. And that is all that's left.
I don't even know if that push is going to be enough. Guys, it's time to invest in Skillishu stocks. If you've been waiting for all this time, we've been saying it's time to sell, it's time to buy. Yeah, they're not even going to get a chance high, but that's all she wrote. They're not going to get there quick enough. You got 2 heavies to get across the map with 1 jump pad. That is not enough, and unfortunately, with the Monaco spawns being as good as they are, you either get the cinema spawns or you get the worst spawns in the world, and that was one of them. Gingus sent packing, and arguably the latest possible time that Skillishu could have shown up in any match in any of these series. They finally managed to do it, to lock themselves in the final spot in our top 4 Panda cinema.
Well, they do say better late than never, and well, it seems that Skillishu have taken that to heart. It was contentious for a good portion of that, but again, it just goes to prove that one misstep, one positioning error can be that make or break point, Hyper.
Yeah, that is a clear make or break. I think I just saw in the chat as well that even Skillishu was admitting how scary Elapid is with that sledge and how a different strategy can really upset an entire team. And this then goes to show, because you have to remember, 3 other teams have been watching this all unfold. They could sit there and go, well, what if we do the same? We can 100% beat Skillishu if we bring out a sledge and cause a bit of trouble. So, a messy victory, but at the end of the day, Skillishu gets it done, ties the knot, and can be happy with what they ended up with.
Yeah, look, watermelons around the world can rejoice. The Sledgehammer menace is now gone, but Proto, it's a final 4 times. Zen Range, the Goofy Gooers, YUNCLES, and Skillishu. Is this how you anticipated our top 4 to be looking at the start of the day? Because there are some absentee names.
Yeah, look, I maybe expected a couple of slightly different alternatives. 777 kg probably being the largest elephant in the room. But look, not just because of the weight, but you get what I mean. We wish that they have been here, and realistically, I'm sort of surprised that they aren't, considering the level that they were playing at the start of the day. But regardless of that, I think we have a really good set of 4 going forward into this final match of cash out. When we come back after this next break, I think it is going to be realistically some of the best games we've seen today, but hopefully it's on Galaxy Estates.
Well, look, we are unfortunately dwindling in terms of opportunities for the Galaxy Estates to come through, Hyper. I mean, the grand scheme of things, it is a mixed bag for sure in this top 4. It does present for some interesting opportunities, but given how the day started, is there a change in the hierarchy? Is there one clear favourite that stands above the rest, or is this 4 teams that are very much coming in on even footing?
I think it's pretty even looking into how each of them played. A lot of them are making mistakes. A lot of them are coming out with strategies that are beyond my imagination, and I'm liking that. I like walking into this finale with an uncertainty, and I feel a lot of the teams are going to feel the same. They're very uncertain of what is going to happen, and that's the joy of the finals, is no 2 rounds are going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's always sort of the joy of competitive esports, isn't it, Proto? You know, not having, having that diversity round after round, new teams injected in, change the pace of it all. But, I mean, top 4, this is sort of that crunch time. I would imagine, are going to shift away from the pseudo cheese, the sledgehammers. There may be one or two here, but we're not going to get, you know, double heavy sledgehammer setup or, you know, the triple heavy setup. This is where teams really start to lock in, surely.
They sort of have to, when you get to this point. It's like 777 kg previously in the day, you know, the double sledgehammers moving forward. When they qualified into that next head-to-head, they then opted to bring real games fights. So realistically, I think we sort of see a similar thing moving forward from here. But I don't think anyone out the gate in this next match of Cash Out is going to be bringing anything too left wing. It will probably be sort of just straight down the middle. Everyone's going to be bringing what they're good with, and that's sort of going to be it. But outside of that, we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we are going to have to wait. We don't get to dive just into it. But when we come back after this, top 4 to see who progresses to the top 2, of course, from there. But we'll be back soon. We kicked off the day with 8 teams taking to the OFL Major 3. And, well, we've got 4 now remaining. Hyper, 4 teams with only 2 spots available going into the grand final. There is no safety net here. This is do or die. You've got to bring out everything if you want to get the victory and claim one of those coveted spots.
You basically have to reduce all the mistakes that you've been making through the group stages and then whittle it down to one great moment. That is what you're looking at. You've got to be the cheekiest of cheekiest to get those steals to come through. Everything comes down to this last cash out to determine if you are going to be the top 4 or top 2. That is the question that you have to ask. And Panda, this lineup is a coin flip to who's going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that there's a clear front runner. I think if I had to put money on it, it'd be leaning Goofy Gooers, YUNCLES way, but Proto, every single one of the teams in this lobby is Zen Range qualified to start the day off with a very, very impressive performance. Skill issue, absolutely clutch up when they needed to. There isn't a single team here that doesn't deserve to be here.
No, all of these teams have had their shining moment, whether that was through trials and tribulation or whether or not they just did it their way from the get-go. Everyone has had a moment that has led them to be in the spot they currently sit with. I'd argue some people fighting that little bit harder. I tip my hat to skill issue there. It was a little too close for comfort, but ultimately still a qualification and a top 4 finish, which is something that you cannot be too upset with. But aside from that, I think everyone who is here definitely deserves it.
Well, we've had an update. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure we get to say this on stream, but Hyper, the draft screen broke. We are going Bernal standard. So unfortunately, the Galaxy Estates, for the time being, is just a distant dream. But Bernal, in this cash out, okay, it was banned. There we go. Zen Range just don't want anyone to have fun. But Bernal,
screw you.
These 4 teams, I mean, is there a team that stands out to you that is going to benefit from this more?
The thing is, like, when you look at Bernal, a lot of people would think, oh, bring out the LH1, bring out the BFR Titan, you bring out range. However, it's building upon building, 1 to 2 floors at max. The only big bit here is the cathedral, because we do not have any suspended structures. So, with that in mind, and taking into account rotation, from getting from one area to another is quite easy as well. Sledges actually become very viable. You know, take Pulsar and Llama and Spawns and that squad. How great are they on Bernal? The answer, well, just take the entirety of PHL Season 0. When they were running that, their whole qualification was dedicated towards making sure they got Bernal, and they won that with ease. You then go to the cycle we just had with Cycle 3. Their domination when it comes to Sledge on Bernal was clear as daylight. So the likes of Goofy Goers, of Goofy Goers, who I think are running Sledge, and YUNCLES as well, there is a time and a place for them for bringing that out and making it work. But you have to, as I said before, play the peekaboo strategy. You've got to be indoors a lot of the time, and when that attack needs to happen, it's got to be close to the walls. It can't be out the open, but when you pop out, you come out with an explosion and you catch them off guard.
Well, Proto, I mean, we've talked about this not just, you know, here in the finals. We've talked about it across multiple titles now at this point in the time that you and I have known each other. People will say this is not the time to take risks. This is the time to, you know, make sure that you stick to what you know. But I'd beg to differ. I think if there is any better time to gamble, it'd be now. This is when you take that risk to try and throw favor your way.
Look, if you have a strategy that you've been sitting on for, you know, X amount of time that you've tested and you know that it works a majority of the time, I think busting it out at a moment like this is definitely an acceptable time to get that out. And realistically, do we see teams do that? I mean, we've already seen pivots from certain teams. Skill Issue have already gone from HML to HHL today in the play day. Do we see them pivot to a medium? You know, the defib was the thing that was hurting them in that last matchup. But here we are. We're jumping into this one. Banal, thank you, Panda. We'll find out whether or not teams will stick to what they want, or they're going to bring something new, Hyper, to the fray. Jar is sticking with that M11 outside of it being a head-to-head, I have just noticed. So that's something to pick, considering he started at ARN this morning, or this afternoon, should I say. But what do you reckon? Do we think we see weird stuff on Banal?
Well, first of all, remember, it's OCE, so yes, weird stuff.
Always.
But I think realistically, M11... a lot of people, you know, speaking to a lot of the pros, they've been all saying that M11 isn't the weapon anymore due to the nerfs that have come to it. XP is a lot more balanced to bring forward, but look at APAC Cycle 3. Look what Sirius did on 777 RS and how he made that M11 work. So, admittedly, that was on Nozomi Citadel. So, different map, different style. So if you can get up close and personal and get into these CQB scenarios, then yeah, the M11 still can fry and still drains you down to no end.
We'll find out if that is going to be the case. We can sit here and say what we want, but the LH1, we do see one there from Assault, bringing it out for Goofy Goobers. Goofy Goers even, if you will. But
Goofy Goober!
Exactly. Skill Issue, though. Taking a little bit of that early damage. They like to play for the information. They are actually the only vault currently plugged, mind you, 1B. Shots connecting there for them as well as the passive heal now comes through. Gateway attempting to be made here by Assault, but with an insane glitch. Manages to thwart that problem just for now. They look to try and get that opening pick, and there it is. Callum falls, and now everything starts to collapse. Goofy Goers are going to go for it. The instant drop down, an attempted steal with a winch on into safety. It's now Skill Issue that need to press the issue.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything at this point. Too far away, and oh my god, the dynamism absolutely kicking in. That is horrid to see. That cash box is covered and protected. Don't need no goo. You don't need anything to help you out. Goofy Goers have just been blessed with a cover. Unfortunately, Skill Issue will have it done and dusted. We look to the other side. Look at this offset as well. Half the cash box difference between that's a minute different between the cash boxes.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one. It's going to open up the doors for a possible pivot here as well, though. Should Skill Issue maybe want to change where they're fighting? Sorry, not Skill Issue. Goofy Goers choose where they want to fight, but YUNCLES, they're currently dealing with a Zen Range problem of the sorts, if they can make it happen. As you said, a big stagger. Skill Issue will probably lock that one out off screen, and we most likely are going to see third party here, as we can see on that other side. Goofy Goers are sort of struggling to make something happen, but RPG to kick off this fight, denied by that Dome Shield Hyper. That is not good for YUNCLES.
Yeah, Dome Shield just absorbs all the damage, and If you are quite a new player trying to get into competitive, trying to get into rank and climb up the board, do not use your RPG onto the dome. And definitely do not be the first team that goes into a third party, because guess what? The Gooers are here and they've taken out the majority of Zen, and the steel's going to go on their side. That's the cleanup crew done perfectly. Goofy Gooers had control over at B, got pushed out, got beaten to the ground, decided, you know what, let's flip to the other side. 20-second rule, where as soon as you get wiped, 20 seconds to attack them. Bang. It worked like a charm.
Yeah, and just like clockwork, mind you, considering that Goofy Goo has left them alone for so long, Skill Issue have also managed to pivot off onto that next vault and get the plug all before that cash out. It's literally just transpired and Vault 4 has become available. So they've got themselves in a pretty good position to continue that stagger, with YUNCLES now taking the flip onto the aggressive side for this Vault matchup, considering that Goofy Gooers weren't too interested in having another go. But a winch away from Andy is going to keep that Vault on the roof, away from that hole that was made by YUNCLES in an attempt to drop it down to go for an early steal. That is good map manipulation.
YUNCLES been really unfortunate. Caught in a third party, caught against everybody else, and caught by an RPG by Andy. Bringing HDZ down to half. He will have to dip away back out of this fight. And again, YUNCLES slowing down yet another pace. And guess who's here? Goofy Gooers, the third party kings, are wanting to create another third party situation, as we will see YUNCLES, Skill Issue, and Goofy Gooers all wanting a piece of the pie. YUNCLES were the first to make that aggression, but last time, just like last time, they're going to get taken out very, very early. TurboGranny having to dip out of this fight, having to stay away. And now it's a turn of the Goofy Gooers. Are they able to create yet another steal? Able to pick off one, but Andy and Callum will come in to try and cause a bit of disruption. Fubu getting down low, Zong getting down low, but don't worry, Skill Issues getting absolutely decimated. In this situation, it's all good and done, because Skill Issue come back, YUNCLES re-aggress, re-fight, and now they have a shot.
Ward, this is big. The coin's going to keep them in it. There's not enough time, I don't think, even for a last second steal here. YUNCLES have attempted to make it happen, but it's not there. Skill Issue have made it happen off the back of Callum. Buy the stocks now. This is when you buy them, ladies and gentlemen. They've had such, and I will say it so blasé, they have such a tragic morning of gameplay. Nothing connecting. Could not, for the life of them, figure out how to play the game. Pivot off HML to HHL, and now they're here. All they need to do from this point forward is plug and then hold. They don't necessarily need to win a vault, because the next set that comes out is not going to be enough to push them out. They can plug and they can hold one and they win. All they need to do is play smart from this point forward. Everybody else is playing catch-up.
There is still a chance. I'm sorry.
There's a very small one. No, there is a small one.
If Goofy Gooers, if they get it, they could push ahead. But if, however, Skill Issue is able to do the plug themselves, give themselves that additional 2,000, then yes, they are relatively safe. But it all is still, you just have to be that extra bit careful. The tags as EatMyWinch is having to back away. All this chaos, and Skill Issue twice come out on top. One from what would say relatively easy fight against the Goofy Gooers, and then the second time where they were pushed to the brink to being nearly wiped, and Callum being the god savior that he is.
They can just hold. They don't actually need to plug. They just need to keep this vault to themselves, let everybody fight over B, and ultimately, for a minute and 20 seconds, just LARP in the corner. They don't want to give anything away. Anyone can steal this at this point. Even if Zen steal it, yes, okay, but they still finish top 2. And that's all they really are worried about right now. So you see them just holding, hiding that vault away, not giving it up to anybody if they don't have to, and letting everyone else fight it out towards the middle side of the map, Hyper. They don't want to give anything up if they don't have to.
No. Play patient. Dictate how the game's going to go. Steel starts to go through from Goofy Goers. They've tried this once. It was successful the very first time, but second was not great. Third still being stalled nonetheless. YUNCLES getting dropped down low, but look at the feed of Orange as Zen Range is coming in, doing a cleanup crew. YUNCLES getting dropped down low. Now you start to pose the question, is Skill Issue going to get involved here? Are Skill Issue going to deny Zen Range to go through? At the moment, the Steel is being denied. They do not want Zen Range through. They see value of YUNCLES to get through to the next round, and that's who they so desperately want. Zen has one more chance. Not a lot of seconds left. 7 to get the steal. It doesn't matter. The cash out was done. Ladies and gentlemen, YUNCLES will go against Skill Issue by choice of Skill Issue.
Yeah, they didn't want to give that one up, and I will highlight great gameplay from Skill Issue. They couldn't have done that any better. Panda, I mean, yeah, you saw it from that third person. What do you think maybe we missed?
I think Skill Issues, maybe they're just a slow burn team. I think maybe that's the only way I can describe it. They're a slow burn team. The start of the day was a bit rough, but now they find themselves here. It is going to be a rematch, obviously, of that third heat final, but coming into it, I don't know, whatever the case may be, there was a bit of a fall off, it felt like, for the remaining two teams in that lobby there, Proto. I thought for sure that the Goofy Goers and Zen would be the ones to really come out and make a statement, but look, clearly that wasn't the game plan at the end. Skill Issues wanted YUNCLES and they ushered them through again.
Ultimately, it might be like a pride thing. I'm not too sure. It was close. We do have to highlight that. It was 2-1, and there was a lot of stealing involved. It wasn't a straightforward affair. And possibly with the time since that head-to-head, Skill Issue have gone away and cleaned up their act. I mean, you saw them in that matchup. They pretty much walked any team that came towards them, and YUNCLES did try and team fight them a handful of times, and it did not work. I mean, we saw Callum go crazy on it that once. I mean, maybe a big ego boost to decide, hey, let's run it back with them and show them that first game was a little bit of luck. I don't know. But outside of that, they, as you saw, everybody saw, that was a conscious choice. They dragged them through. It wasn't by their own merit. They decided, we want YUNCLES.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, given that it was a 2-1 finish in that first matchup between the two of them, Hyper, you'd have to imagine that maybe this is not only Skill Issues making a statement victory there, but saying, look, we deserve the rematch, we deserve that win all along, let's rewrite the script and make it ours this time around.
Yeah, 100%. This is a new Skill Issue that is, you know, first cash out. I stand by the fact that they, a good fight against the Goofy Goers. They won it fair and square. But the true battle and the true determination that they wanted this more than anyone else was that second cash out. That was where they stepped up and said to the world, hey, you know what? Screw you all. We want it so desperately. Callum with the insane clutch on the side of Skill Issue. I'm a little bit annoyed. I was slightly distracted and thought they were dropping down, and then seeing the feed later on to go all in favor of Skill. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be one of the plays of the day, Proto. Just undeniably, Callum pulling out what was the clutch of all clutches to wipe out the Goofy Goers.
Yeah, it was pretty insane, the double KS with the COS as well, and then Ward coming in to deny. I mean, mind you, if Ward was not there, that was YUNCLES' box any day of the week. So you've got to highlight the ability not only for Callum to stall and hit that clutch, but then for Ward to make his way back and continue that denial. Again, it's that macro we talk about, and I think Skill Issue, as you said, maybe on that slow burn side, they sort of finally pulled their fingers out. They turned the engine on, they actually started playing the game, the monitors roared to life, and ultimately they've now walked away with a victory and found themselves in the finals. I mean, this is better than the top 16 run.
Yeah, look, and arguably this is definitely one to watch. And going into it now, of course, the the pressure, I suppose, Hyper, of it not just being a one and done. Like, there is that added, you know, you've got to maintain some momentum, some semblance of the mental aspect as well. This is not just a sprint like it has been for the better part of the day. This now becomes a bit of a marathon.
Yeah, when you go to a best of 3 on a head-to-head, first of all, it is a case of you're down to the pure strat book. It isn't a case of a bit of luck, a bit of timing, a bit of everything else. No, this is strategy that you've got to bring forward. So your brain's now working into overdrive. How are we going to counter-attack each other? How are we going to just directly attack? How are we going to defend this? All that starts to come in. So that is what you have to think about. I'm glad we got the pick and bans coming up, because Banal is 100% the first one we're getting, as it is a repeat of the previous map that we just had. And again, the strats for Banal are open and a complete open book to have.
Well, I mean, Proto in the grand scheme, we're kind of down to the home stretch at this stage. Okay, so it is a fresh draft. So does open things up even further. Proto, tail end of the day, home stretch. Are we at all getting an inkling that there might be that one map that we've been hoping for all day?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't think anyone here is necessarily going to pick it, purely based on the fact that it and I think teams may be good in it. I mean, we spoke about it at the start of that last match, whether or not, you know, someone's going to bust out something weird here, and you do have a direct pick. Right now, obviously, Skill Issue get to pick, I believe, map 1, because they won. But aside from, no, sorry, it'll be YUNCLES that get to pick map 1. Regardless, I don't think anyone picks Skyway, my gosh. Galaxy Estates here. They're going to stick to what they know, because this is, as we said, this is lock-in hour. I don't think Out of the Ordinary is on the table at this point in time. This is that grudge match. This is that sort of resurgence from Skill Issue, where they are hunting for their dignity back, and they're not going to throw that away on a whim that, hey, maybe we play this new map that just came in. As much as I'd love to see Galaxy, I really don't think it happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, fortunately to start things off, Hyper, now 2 of 3 is the potential, I suppose. But, I mean, if you had to hazard a guess, what would you round out this draft as?
Well, you've got to think about what you're good at, what has worked, what hasn't worked. Of course, YUNCLES not wanting anything from Banal, Skill Issue not wanting anything from Nozomi. So that screams that these rotations and the crossing is a problem for them. So you'd probably want to get rid of Monaco and Skyway. Monaco's on that list. And then bring in a map like Sis, a safe bet, something you know. By the way, Galaxy Estate's still on the table.
Soul
God damn it,
under
we went to
construction.
Soul. I'm not mad. I'm not mad because I do like Soul under construction, and that is a difficult map to play on.
Well, I mean, it's not one that we've seen at all today, Proto, so it is going to be something a bit fresh. I don't think we've seen Sis Horizon either today. So 2 out of 3, brand new maps. I mean, if one team stands out above the others with this draft, personally, I can't see it. I think both teams have proven that they can play quite comfortably.
Look, if we go back to the Capybara Armada days, very confident team on Sizz. So whether or not Ward has brought that confidence and instilled it in his new teammates, I'm not too sure, since the penultimates of that previously mentioned roster. But look, both maps, I think, at the beginning side, both Fortune and Sizz are very clean cut. There's not much that is left to be desired. We spoke about, when we saw Fortune earlier, the more sort of macro side, which is that vault placement, which ones you choose, how you manipulate those vaults, whether it's hospital, whether it's mid-map, whether it's sort of apartments, what teams bring in terms of their utility, whether it's winch, whether it's etc, etc. Sizz, it's that more clean-cut, straightforward, and then Soul, we rarely see it, to be completely honest, in a lot of competitive matches. It's not one you get to see a lot of. Yes, it's some, but not all. So it leaves a lot to be desired if we get to that third map.
And so it seems like Hyper, at the very least, that it's somewhat that balance of, stick what has worked with you so far throughout your competitive experience, whether that's this tournament, whether that's rank user, and also bringing out something that's a little bit fresh, a little bit out of left field for the side of Skill Issue in this Soul pick. I mean, is this gamble going to work for them? I don't know. Okay, never mind. I was going to say we're about to go into map, but no, they've had to rejig things, get it all sorted on the backside. But Hyper, I mean, Fortune, pretty stock standard. There's nothing too crazy. Are we going to see things shift up going into maps 2 or 3 potentially?
I think Sis, again, I mentioned this on the America stream. With Sis Horizon and on a 3v3, you have a strat book that goes from Paris to Las Vegas. It is an open book that everyone knows what to do, how to do it, and there are so many different ways you can attack on Sis. It's why we do nickname it the esports map, because it is so well balanced. The Soul pick, though, that is where the question marks lies. We've removed it for this year, and we are not playing on Soul. So having under construction as well, which had been a previous problem for a lot of teams, getting into that center point and getting under the construction area, it's been difficult. It is hard to attack it because of that massive jump up that gives you that height, and then you could play on even further height on top of the crate. There's a few problems that are with this map that make it hard to attack. However, if you win that vault fight, then you have the upper hand.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been a bit of a day, Proto, as we cut through these highlights, heading towards our grand final. And I mean, again, I wouldn't have said particularly that is exactly the two teams that we thought would be here. I think, yeah, YUNCLES was probably definitely in the conversation, but Skill Issues have had to brute force themselves into the conversation.
Yeah, quite literally by force, mind you. I said it at the end of that last game. Their performance this morning, quite frankly, was abysmal. I mean, it wasn't what we expected. It was not the team that we know and love. And while, yes, they struggled on Nozomi, from that point forwards, after losing that head-to-head, they had a really successful day after the fact. They sort of locked in, if you will, and have continued to play really well since that match. So whether or not they will now go forth and win it, I'd love to see it, just for the guys of the storyline. But realistically speaking, it is still open doors for YUNCLES. They've also had a really good day, and I'd argue theirs has been a lot more consistent. And if we go off of the previous matchup we saw between these two guys, YUNCLES have already come out on top once.
Well, they do say that fortune favours the bold Hyper Proto. We'll see if fortune favours our two competitors going into our grand finals. Take it away, lads.
It's a best of 3 for a reason. It's down to endurance. It's all well and good winning the first map. It's all well and good winning the cash out. But when it comes to the brutal end of it all, a head-to-head is the true determination of who's the greatest Proto. And, well, Skill Issues, YUNCLES. Again, I feel like it's a coin flip between both of these teams of who is better.
It really is. And I think we couldn't have asked for two better teams. A rematch for the Centuries, and ultimately something that we are looking very forward to here for our final best of 3 of the day. But Hyper, we're going to dive into it. But crafting, we're going to get to see what actually happens in this head-to-head. We've got a best of 3. We're kicking it off Fortune Stadium. Spawn favors Skill Issue here, with YUNCLES having to catch up off the back of that last map.
Yeah. Looking at the points as well, this is quite even in terms of if you win, you could either send this the distance and go A, or you play the cheese strat and play inside of Hospital. Hospital is closer by about 60 meters, so you will probably see this go towards Hospital, but at the same time, taking it over to the hotel building might be another option as well. But before we even get to that, you gotta at least take someone out to open things up and give you that freedom to rotate. Or jump in.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that as well, but an RPG is going to leave Ward with a sour taste in his mouth. Andy taken out by his own RPG, so that doubles that and returns it back to the sender. With the sonar grenade providing so much information, Callum hurt, going to be taken down momentarily. Ward is found in the depths of the stairs, but the passive regen's going to put him back up. It doesn't matter, don't worry. TurboGranny is there, locked and loaded. takes him out and puts them on that reset now to run Vault 1.
Yeah, that RPG from Andy that we say at the postal services, you've got to make sure you put the stamp in the top right. You can't be putting. Oh, is it the top left? It's the top left, isn't it?
I think so. Oh, a bit of time waste there.
Either way, again, Andy just not putting the stamp in the right place, landing it on himself. That cost him dearly, nonetheless. The jokes aside, it cost him dear, and it meant that he couldn't fight the way he wanted to, and all that messing around from YUNCLES as well has opened the door for Skill Issue to come in. Well, they came in, and they've been sent out the other side of the door almost instantaneously as Granny gets dropped down low. Seth is down low. The charge and slam bangs onto the floor, but they just can't hit their shots. It is a disaster with the KS. How has Skill Issue fumbled that so badly?
Yeah, that's a rough team fight. YUNCLES. It's time to sell the stock. I know we bought it at the end of that last cash out, but it might be time to get rid of it soon here. Just looking that little bit cleaner on the team fight side of things, and again, as much as Skill Issue have had their time to talk, you can only imagine YUNCLES have had that same time. Hyper, was this a mistake bringing them through on that cash out? Oh my God.
Don't do it to them. Don't do it to them. I know the strat, but unfortunately won't be able to pick them off. You dangle them underneath the map with a lock ball. That would have been beautiful. But again, quick rotation. That's been read by Granny. Oh, he's got all the information in the world, and all he needs to do is pick the time for his team to push. RPG having to be shot upwards, not the position you want to be firing that to get the most effective splash damage that comes from it. Andy gets dropped down first. Seth will get traded out very quickly in Skill Issue. Again, looking down the barrel of a dangerous gun, unless they can get rid of Granny, who is so low, but Granny can step up. He can step up and help where he needs to. Wardy left alive, and again, for the third time of asking, Skill Issue cannot capitalize. Oh dear, oh dear, and Proto, oh dear.
My stockbroker does not know what to do with $1 million of Skill Issue stock. Nobody wants to buy it. It's not looking good. They are on a full light. We'll go through here for YUNCLES as well to kick things off, and they then will probably have a pretty nice choice on where they actually want to delegate themselves. But diving onto the roof, a good RPG to kick things off. Nice. That's great. But the KS shots, you need to connect these. Charge and slam some good damage, but the lock bolt keeps him relatively safe. YUNCLES hurt, but they still find the first. Traded out instantly. Andy gets one with a revive now coming from Ward. But low HP on Andy's going to make this difficult. Ward's going to get the res. You can imagine that Yourmateseth is going to be put back into this pretty quickly as well, considering that they have disengaged for the moment. There you are, TurboGranny with a revive, but now it's the KS 1v1. HDZ moving forward, but YUNCLES are choosing to run with it. They don't want to give themselves away too much, but movement from Turbo keeps him alive. Andy goes down in the moment, and ultimately, they can just leave this. Skill Issue don't want to push the matter too much. They're going to go for the reset, and YUNCLES are going to get away with robbery.
Robbed, taken, lost a kidney, everything has been done in terms of a crime. Skill Issue. Finally. Sorry, not Skill Issue. YUNCLES gets the cash out started. And they can start to set up here, which is a dangerous thought because you saw what they were like on Hospital. You can only imagine what they could do at the hotel offices.
It's going to be a lot. This could be a quick 2-0 here, mind you, depending on how Skill Issue play this. They need to try and isolate somebody. I don't think there's necessarily a single troublemaker here for the YUNCLES that are causing a single isolated issue, which is a good thing, mind you, but they are definitely still struggling. They need to play for height. They need to force something, and they're going to try and do that. Gas connects some good damage onto Turbo, but he's going to disappear just for now, and ultimately, I don't actually think they know what they want to do, Hyper. They are stalling out really, really slowly.
They need to make his plan and make it commit. The winch lands perfectly, able to bring, I think that was Granny, into the building. But again, unable to capitalize, unable to follow through with it. Thankfully, something going in favor of Skill Issue as HDZ is dropped down. But you're right, this building is going to be another factor. The dynamism of the finals coming into play. Can Nathan get the steal, the denial coming through? But the steal will go through. Skill Issue, something's working.
It's just the tilted in their favor. Not long left for YUNCLES here off the back of a revive. They can make this happen if they want to. But they've got to dive on it quick. You need to hit those shots as well. Come on, Seth. You've got to make it happen. He will. Ward goes down, but hang on. It's on. They have the ability. Callum does have charge and slam, which is maybe what they're going to rely on here. But the winch is actually going to be what it is. But it doesn't matter. It's flipped just in the speck of time that YUNCLES was sitting on it. Skill Issue have walked away on it. Where was the COS? Where was the winch? There was nothing there for denial. They were so close, both of them, but so far, BluePanda.
Yeah, look, I've been on the phone to your stockbroker, mate. I've got some bad news.
It's gone, bro. It's all gone.
They've taken your car. They're knocking downstairs at your front door. They've come for the house. They come for your bed. You've got a cardboard box to your name. Don't talk about it because we didn't list it on your taxes. That might be the only thing you have left to your name after investing all of that into Skill Issue because they have not paid out the way that we expected at all. In fact, so much so that TurboGranny single-handedly has the same number of kills as this Skill Issue roster there, Hyper. Yeah, look, I think this is a misguided investment. You might as well have gotten involved in NFTs, mate.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Proto. If you see him on the side of the road,
don't make eye contact.
Don't make eye contact. Do not speak to him. Do not do anything. Let's be real. It's the worst of the bad investment. But there is still redemption. There is still time for this stock price to go up. Because Skill Issue, we know they're capable of more. We know there is talent within that roster. However, they had a gun to their head every step of the way. And fortune favors the bold. And the bold was 100% the YUNCLES, who found the right time and the right strats to constantly deny Skill Issues from getting any control.
Well, as we look to head to Sis Horizon, I think there is only one thing and one thing only that Proto is praying for, and that is Skill Issues to the moon, question mark. Gentlemen, take it away.
Look, we'll find out. I considered myself an avid trader. I made some money on Dogecoin, but clearly it wasn't enough in terms of skills gained, and realistically, you could even say it was a skill issue on my investing portfolio side. But this is a best of 3, so we do still have a very small chance, Hyper, at the stocks skyrocketing. Whether or not that is what happens, I'm not too sure. We'll find out. But aside from that, this is their last opportunity. They only get one more attempt here at possibly going forward into map number 3. And outside of that, that is going to be all she wrote. If they go another 2-0 loss here, that's it. They don't get to go to that third map. We don't get to see Seoul. And whether or not you see that as a good or a bad thing, I don't know. But YUNCLES, they are dialed off the back of that win. They get vault preference as well, which means, you know, Skill Issue already on that back foot ever so slightly.
This is where the mental game starts to come in. As YUNCLES, you want to make sure that Skill Issue is running rampant around this map, particularly with the way this has been set up. Yes, is closer, but you could do a long wrap and go and sneak your way around to B, or you just play head on and go for the push. And look at this. I said it's a mind game. It's very much what can you do with it. 2 RPG, not Lockbolt RPG. You got Ward trying to get that information to let them know, but no team wants to step out into the open. It's a stalemate.
Yeah, it is a very large stalemate because both teams understand what's at stake. Skill Issue don't want to give away any benefit that they may have raised for themselves, and YUNCLES don't want to feed into the ability of them to cut them off because realistically, I mean, look where they're set up. They don't know that A is going to be a point of contention until they go for a Kobe plug. They get that through the gateway. Insanely placed, might I add. And now it just turns into an all-out brawl in the alleyway. Andy finds one. Seth trades it on to Ward, though. So both sides looking for one apiece. TurboGranny will get the revive. Oh, sorry, not revive. The reload off as Seth goes down. And ultimately now looking for the aforementioned revive. Things slow down. Skill Issue are going to be back at 3 momentarily, I'd imagine, once they can recover Ward's body, but they have to win this fight first. They've opted not to go for the revive and instead trying to make something happen with the charge and slam in the hands of Andy. That's going to be a difficult thing to pull off. They now just need to deny and maybe play for the coins.
Yeah, play for the coins. 5 seconds left. If you are Seth and Granny, all he needs to do is just create a small stall. Nowhere near. Instead, able to get the res coming in for HDZ. So YUNCLES slowing things down, realizing that this first push was a trap. Reset, reload, and rethink of how you're gonna push into what was a well-orchestrated plan.
Ultimately now, though, it looks like the steal might be the focus of the next few moments as it starts to happen. They've got the double dome there as well. RPG to open up angles onto the steal is an interesting choice, but Lockbolt comes out and the HFUs are there to keep them alive. The steal has gone through and Skill Issue now, they get straight back on it. TurboGranny cannot deny it all. Dives on through, hang on! That's time, but it's not enough. Not enough at all, unfortunately. Andy's there to cover YUNCLES. They're going to go down, and first box is going in favor of Skill Issue, ladies and gentlemen. The stock is starting to climb.
He's finally now off the streets once again, but the bank is still calling. Skill Issues, they're going to enjoy that, but they will be scared. They will be understanding that if it wasn't for Granny to get 2 off that final stage, they would have been done and dusted. So mind over body, have to stay mindful over the rest of this as he saw the shimmer. Oh no, Wardy got too cheeky, got too pushy, and in doing so you got punished.
Yeah, it's so far a little bit slow for the Skill Issue camp, but they're ultimately just going to try and get away with their lives. There's a little bit of an ego fight here for YUNCLES. They're just trying to pick off what they can and had the feelings a little bit after that loss, unfortunately. That Skill Issue, it was close. You got to give them that. They almost made it happen, but ultimately, what can you do? They will walk away with Vault 2, though. And they look to rotate out of this. They don't want to fight it much more than they have to. They've already got Ward back on the scene, so they are going to walk away with beat. They're going to go for an open-ended plug here in that alleyway, a notoriously difficult vault on Sizz, not only to push, but also to defend. Not really much to work with other than the side of the main building there, so we'll see how they manage it. This could push us on to map number 3, Hyper.
This is a type of site where you have to play forward, which is exactly what YUNCLES are doing. They're playing forward. You've got to stop that push, that rotation to come through, because as soon as they're underneath, you can see it's on the bridge, it's out in the open, it's also got a little bit of cover behind it as well, so then it makes it difficult to re-aggress. So you have to make sure that a fight happens just before. YUNCLES again dropping the first, dropping second. This is not good. This is not the YUNCLES we saw moments ago, but tell you what, Granny can beam. Steel will go through, and the defense from the YUNCLES are not looking good at all.
No, Skill Issue have taken control, and ultimately now we stare down the barrel of a 2-0 reverse sweep for the boys at Skill Issue. If YUNCLES can't do anything, they're going to have one chance here to really make this happen, and that is going to be it. There is not going to be a third after this. They are only going to get this one chance to send us through to that third vault, coveted and belated. But mind you, it's going to be a difficult feat. They're in a pretty difficult spot to push here. You've got a large spread for Skill Issue, and given that they haven't even been able to find them, they're going to have to try and steal. There goes the glitch. It does deny one. They're not even going to get a chance to sit on it for longer than a second. Ward, he's going to find both, and ultimately now just TurboGranny cleaned up by Callum. We are going to map number 3. Soul under construction off the back of Skill Issue. Again, suddenly discovering how to play the game. BluePanda stocks are definitely on the rise.
Yeah, we're back up to, positives. You don't owe the stock anymore, which is a good thing. But clearly, Hyper, at this point, it is just an argument. They are clearly, Skill Issue, the ultimate slow burn team.
Yeah, slow burn is definitely the word to use. I think they once they understand who they're up against and the strategy they bring forward, they adapt well. But this comes at a downfall as well. Yes, they're adapting well. Yes, they are. They're reacting to what's coming up. However, this is the big however. If we see another strategy change from the young uncles, I think we'll see Skill Issue struggle. That is what I see that could happen here.
Well, Proto, if we're going purely off what's already happened throughout this series, which is each team has taken their opponent's map pick, it doesn't potentially bode all that well for Skill Issue going into Game 3. But the one saving grace you'd have to imagine is just surely absolutely no one is all that prepped for Soul under construction.
Look, I can only imagine it's not a map that a lot of teams have necessarily both scrimmed and or VOD reviewed. You don't see it played much, and you're definitely not going to be playing a map that you don't realistically get to play 90% of the time. So you will stick to that bread and butter side of things, and I don't imagine either of these teams are going to have anything necessarily super duper prepped. I think it is just sort of going to come down to that team fight tactics and whether or not they are sort of, I guess, performing at their best. Whether or not that is the deciding factor, I don't know. We will find out. But arguably, I'd say Soul is going to be the most difficult map we've seen today for both sides of the coin.
You have to imagine so. But while the players are getting themselves prepped, Hyper, coming into it, you somehow have just pulled out what is essentially the start of a reverse sweep for Skill Issue. What are you doing here? You go into Soul, you go into a map that isn't necessarily as mainstream as almost any of the other ones we could have picked here. What are you doing? Are you just saying, look, we stick to what we've been doing this entire time? Do we look to get aggressive? What do they need to do to finally beat this last hurdle that is the Uncles?
I think with a map of Soul and being the under construction variant, the safest bet is to go under the construction every single time. You play safe, you gain that height immediately. You're not playing around with the difficulties unless there's a hospital spawn. If you get a hospital spawn of a cash box, then 100% take it with both hands, because that becomes a near to victory. With the bridge and the open bridge, it's difficult to cross, and with the adjustments that Embark have been trying to make it easier for everyone else, yeah. That's the only time I would go off the construction site and then play into a different area. Otherwise, under construction, under construction. Just go to the center of the map.
Do you agree, Proto? Is that the game plan? Do they have to just make sure they stick to their guns?
For Soul, it's the only way to play it. You have to play in the middle of the map, because you can deny anyone pretty much getting to you. They either have to take mega jump pads on either side, which are very easily sort of beamable. You're in the air, you're stuck there. It's a designated jump height and descent. You can't do anything about it. The only way that I see teams getting up is through a gateway, and even then, you can see when the guy's throwing it, even if they're invis, because they have the blue lines coming off the back. So realistically, it's going to be difficult. It's first team up there is pretty much first team. There are the exceptions, obviously, in terms of how you get up there, what happens, etc. You have the crane in play. Under construction makes things difficult as well, and adds those different avenues. But if you're a team that knows what you're doing and how to map manipulate in pretty much the most basic way possible, as long as you get to that middle side of the map, you're free.
Yeah, on paper, it seems fairly cut and dry. I think that's pretty safe to say, but it is, of course, the OFL Major Thief Finals, Grand Finals, as we look to see who takes it out. The top spot here in Major 3, will it be Skill Issue, will it be YUNCLES? There's only so much speculation I think you can make at the end of the day, but look, Proto's, he's already gambled all his stock on skill coin or skill issue coin, whatever you want to call it. Actually, no, you know what? Yeah, I've been waffling enough. We've been waffling enough. Let's build some anticipation. Quick break! And on the other side, the OFL Major 3 Finals, Grand Finals. Well, no more breaks, no more stopping. The final station is in view, gentlemen. We are heading into the OFL Major 3 Finals, Grand Finals. Seoul under construction. This feels like it could go either way. But Proto, you guys, you've got this. It's going to be an epic match. But I think it comes down to backing yourself, believing in your team, having that heart, that internal fire. And I think it was Huey Lewis that said it best. It's about heart and soul.
Oh, that's cute. Heart and soul, playing on soul. Oh, Proto, but let's kick this guy. That was terrible.
Yeah, can we get a new desk host? That'd be great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers.
We're gonna get
Thank you,
Cthulhu
OFL.
back for later on.
Yeah,
Sounds
thanks
good.
Cthulhu. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
talking about Soul and the beautiful map it is, we've discussed about the type of strategies you need to do. We've said about how a lot of these teams have not been playing it. Seems that as it's been removed from the cycles and from TGM 26, we have not been playing it. It's not been touched. It feels new, but there are some deep old strats we can play, and particularly being under construction, a lot of them are going to focus around that center point. Proto, we ask that question a lot of times. Do you do anything different, or is it just same old, same old?
Look, I think the only thing that you could necessarily change is maybe bringing something along the lines of, I will call it an Akazo-esque loadout. Pyro mines, explosive mines, anything along the lines of sort of traps and a little bit of area denial, just to help you lock down that top spot that little bit more. And then you have to have movement as well, purely for the fact that you need control of that top spot. I mean, look at where the vault is right now. Both teams, not only are we dropping the crane quickly, but we're essentially playing for control of middle, and then we'll go get the vault. And I think that has to be the line that is drawn here for both sides. But Skill Issue are hurting a lot. They're already taking big losses. Callum goes down. Ward does trade it back. They're now trying to take out Ward as well, but can't quite spot him on the invis. There he is now, fully removed from the equation. And Andy, now the last alive for his team, does have the healing available and a dome shield, but ultimately, he is just waiting for someone to get a little too close for comfort. Will spot the revive, gets the winch onto the heavy, tries to take one with him, but goes for the late wipe here. 15 seconds now for everybody to respawn, as Vault 1, I'm assuming, will be touched momentarily.
Yeah, brilliant start if you're the young uncles, and quickly getting control. Both, as we said earlier, the key area, get control over mid, and then you can go from there. And then you'd push over to mid. However, what was the one scenario I said, Proto, that you would go against that rule? It's here at Hospital.
It's the favoured. It really is for a lot of teams. It is a good map with the ability to have multiple crazy cash-out locations. And we got two of the best ones off the rip. There are a few. Obviously, you have some in the multiplex, as well as elsewhere. But diving on through, double RPG strong. Fire barrel comes to greet them. Some early damage there for Callum, but ultimately a plug for YUNCLES, and now the subsequent denial game. I can assume that they have a little bit set up in terms of dropping it down a few levels here as this steal attempts to happen in real time. But Skill Issue, they have to make a decision. Do we go for a steal, or do we play for the drop? And realistically, that C4 going down is going to make things interesting, because now it's going to be a mad dash to the top to try and deny this steal.
Double dome having to be used up. So now, if you are young uncles, you will know that you can start pushing these guys, and there's nothing there to protect them. Take into account, they've also not been running mesh on their side as well. So an open field, but it's, again, young uncles playing it slow, not risking themselves. Taking into account they're also lower in terms of height compared to Skill Issue. Problems will arise slowly Young Uncles will come from height, jump in, but no, the domes are back. Their util has been respawned back into play, but it immediately gets dropped and used once again. The damage comes through because Granny's dropped Seth really down low, has to back away, and Young Uncles, what was supposed to be the greatest attack of their lives,
oh my God,
has just gone against them.
Callum, the charge and slam, you saw him in third person fly off the side of the map and then follows it up with a KS to boot. That is going to be Vault 1 locked and loaded for Skill Issue. The stock is skyrocketing right now. They are on series point. And you can imagine it's going to be a rinse and repeat of what we saw in the first instance. You have to fight for mid control. This is whether or not YUNCLES choose to give it to them and then play for the vault. But it looks like they're going to opt to go straight to 2. They want to forego the mid fight. They just want to get vault control.
It's going to be very difficult to get into mid now. You've essentially handed Skill Issue a platter saying, this kingdom is yours. Unless you can do some long distance damage that will knock somebody down to half or at least get a kill off it. Realistically, your next best option is rotate upon rotate. You got 15 minutes, you got plenty of time. So why not try and rotate massively all the way over to C?
It's an interesting choice to make here. They have to either fight or run. And it looks like they're going to opt for the second option. If they can get a gateway down and open the door for something, whether that is a long rotate away with a gate or a couple of gates even, if they sort of sequence them out, they move the people across, come back to the vault later. We'll see what the choice is at the end. They only have 50 meters to work with the gateway, remember. You cannot go infinitesimal distances. And yeah, all the zips are broken, so he cannot take that dive across. If he does, this is what I was saying before, those blue lines, they give him away, and then Skill Issue can just pivot to deny the light that rotate. And he's had to take the slow route across that mechanical bridge.
They've stalled him completely. You can see pathway 1 gone.
There you
They've
go.
made a gateway over to the shopping mall. And then they're going to rotate around to see, or did I call it? Did I call it that the only option they have now is to go to C? But because you're in the center, Skill Issue would have read that like a book. And in doing so, could quickly get themselves on top of C. So for a map of under construction where we're expecting to have fights in the construction site, we've only had one fight there. Because it's all turned around and gone here.
Look at Turbo. Look at Turbo. Perfect position. Has gone for a flank as well. YUNCLES have the plug, but Turbo's got the high ground, and Skill Issue have given it away, but maybe he's taken too long here. They needed that opening pick. Plug is in their favor, yes, but ultimately, is that going to be enough? Gateway up to get them to that high ground now, and I don't think Skill Issue necessarily know exactly that has just transpired. They were maybe a bit confused where that gateway may have come from. They didn't know Turbo was above, but they've gone for the block all the way down to the bottom. They need to get rid of these gas grenades as well. Sorry, gas barrels as well. The C4's been cleared. They have a little bit of cover from the roof as well, and the goo grenade's there to provide them if they need it. And they're going to opt to go for a steal. Skill Issue have got the time to make it happen, but look at this. The gas, so much damage as well as that lock bolt. YUNCLES are not going to give this one up easily.
Yeah, and the lock bolt, even though taking a gateway will hold you back, will slowly bring you back, as that is a snipe into left field. Both teams lost a player already, and it will be a heavy battle. 2 heavies on both sides. Different abilities. Different mindsets of how you approach it. YUNCLES need to continue with a stall, but the witch will bring a bit to play. But the mesh quickly pops up, gives himself a little bit of breathing room. We start to see the coins start to come back through, and Seth left alive. Thankfully, Granny coin in. Seth needs to create a stall, needs to find an opportunity to slow this down, because at the moment this looks to be all skill issues, but the stall has come when it needs to. Granny versus Wardy. It's going to be the light of the fight. Who could get the better in the 1v1 as they dip and dive around each other? Granny down low! It's Skill Issues will take the championship. It is incredible. The stocks are high. Skill Issue coming clutch.
Give me the mansion in LA right now. Get me a PJ. I'm selling at an all-time high. Ward off the back of a 1v1 to close it out. You deserve it. At the end of the day, if that's how you got to win it, you deserve it. Team's on the back. The man from CA has come out and taken his team literally on his shoulders and walked them through the pearly gates to success.
But it was hardly just a Ward effort. Throughout the entire day, every single member of that team had some real hero moments. Callum, time and time again. I mean, you just look at that massive wipe that he had. Then Ward jumps in on the back of it. These guys absolutely had again, it comes down to it was a slow burn day. But boy, by the end of it, Hyper, they were scorching hot.
Oh, they were running at full pace, a reverse sweep as well to add that insult to injury with 2 O's across the board. I feel sorry for the young uncles because that... they're such a good team, but skill issue demonstrating that international knowledge prevails when push comes to shove.
I mean, that narrative, though, that has been brewing all day, Proto. I mean, they faced off in that Heat 3. It was obviously YUNCLES that came out on top in that matchup, and then, of course, comes down to Heat 4. We see the skill issue crew make it through. They usher another team into that, qualifying final, and then take it out themselves. We then come to top 4, and once again, it's YUNCLES that are ushered into this grand final, the grand finals final, by skill issue, and you could imagine that YUNCLES are coming into it thinking, well, they just gave us an easy win. We smoked these guys last time, only for this to be how it plays out. Easily one of the most cinematic ends I think that you'd argue has happened all day. That's got to be soul-crushing.
It has to be. I mean, to lose it the way that you did as well, the light 1v1, Invis, you're thinking, yeah, I've got this in the bag, I can just disappear, but you cannot fight against another person who plays light Invis. They can see you. It doesn't matter whether or not you're running Invis or... They're dialed. And it's Ward. I mean, you got to give him that. He did it last season at the OFL just before we started the cycles, I believe was the last time we watched it. Capybara came out of nowhere and reverse white weekend at Bernie's to win. They've done it here again. It's almost like this is Ward's bread and butter. It's spite that drives him. And when they lose in the first sections of the day, in whether it's head-to-heads, cash-outs, etc., they go, hey, guys, let's run it back. Let's do it again. And then, Ward turns it on, and here we are. They walk away with 150 AUD.
Yeah, I mean, look, clearly Ward is at his strongest when the odds are against him. Things are stacked up, and even Proto felt like maybe he'd backed the wrong horse, but clearly, winning the tournament, they get themselves $150. Second gets 90, and then third, of course, walks away with $60 themselves. But Hyper, I mean, beyond the prize money, just the bragging rights on top of that for skill issue is going to be something that will be heard for months to come.
They could, technically speaking, they can say they're the best OCE team at this current moment. Of course, take that with a pinch of salt. We know 777 RS is the best at the moment, but it is definitely something that's going to give you a confidence boost. You're going into Cycle 4 in about 2 weeks' time. Registrations, I believe, are open next week.
Does that make a difference?
Even if they win. It was just so many cinematic moments throughout this tournament. Players screaming in from the skies, hitting charge and slams left, right, and center. Winch claws going absolutely ballistic, and then of course, Callum just had some ripper moments for this skill issue roster. And, look, yet another one from above, playing the vert, just completely dismantle their opponents time and time and time again. Oh, look, it just makes you excited for Oceanic Finals, doesn't it, Proto?
Definitely. This region is the one that keeps on giving, and yes, as much as I show love to, EU, North America, the chaos that is instilled in our region and just the amount of sheer silliness that leads to some insane gameplay. I mean, I'd have to highlight, this has been, today alone, has been some of the best charge and slam utilization that I've seen in a long time across any region. And I you know what I mean? You don't get to see stuff like this across the pond, whether or not it's EU or North America. Yes, you see it utilized you know, every now and again by certain teams. But I mean, the consistency across the utilization of just that specialization alone today by certain people, shout out Callum. I mean, you know what I mean? It's a highlight, and it's why
Absolutely.
OCE will always be, in my heart, one of the best regions.
Oh, look, APAC across the board, not just in the finals, but so many different titles, just tend to be this scrappy, tenacious little junkyard dog that refuses to let go until that leg is either come off with it or there's nothing left to bite. Whatever the case is, it's been one hell of a day, gentlemen, and the highlights, look, it's going to be one hell of a highlight reel as well. This is going to be some entertaining stuff to go back and watch, and for sure, I hope that the fans at home were entertained as much as we were. But, I mean, look, if you need anything else, if you think at home that you could do better, surely just sign up for the next one. Because these guys will be joining. You get your chance to play up against some of the best in the region. And, well, we get to chat smack about you along the way, Hype. But surely that's got to be an incentive.
Oh, it's an incentive for me, for sure. Again, to talk smack about anyone and everyone. Because I know I will never be as good as these guys. But 100%, you're right. If you think you could do better, don't say it in the chat. Prove it to us. Tell us that you can beat them. So 100%, I'd love to see more teams. The Oceania scene is amazing, and as somebody who, you know, I do a lot with the Americas, a lot with the Europeans, naturally, because of where I live. Coming here, I will back Proto. It is the most entertaining. I've said it on a tweet. I've caused a load of chaos amongst the finals community. I will stand by it. OCE and APAC are the most entertaining regions to watch.
Well, I mean, look, we've known that for a long time, if we're being honest. North America, boring. EU, who, APAC, best pack at the end of the day. But that does bring the OFL Major 3 to an end. Thank you so much for joining us today. Make sure you're back. We've got Cycle 4 just around the corner. We've got top 16, and then, of course, top 8 beyond that. And all the way down the long, long road, Stockholm is calling. That major, the grand major, what it's all for. So make sure you're tuning in. But from myself, Proto, and the Mouth, we're done. We're dusted. We'll see you next time.